Good afternoon. This is the Board of Appeals, Town of Hempstead, March 27th, 2024, 2 p.m. meeting. Mr. Chairman, do you have any opening remarks?
I do. For those of you who have not been here before, the procedures we follow are we will call any proposed adjournments first. Once we dispose of that case or those cases, we will then call the regular calendar. If there are cases which involve people who are in opposition, the protocol we follow is that the applicant states their case, any objectors will be given the opportunity to voice their objections, and then we allow the applicant to sum up. If you want to say what the prior person said, you're free to say, I agree with the person who spoke before me. All of these proceedings are, they're live streamed. We have a court reporter. The matters are archived, so you can review them later on. We do not accept, once we close the case, we don't accept any other submissions. And I believe that's it, Patrick.
Mr. Chairman, we have two adjournments for this afternoon. Case 137724, Inwood 105 through 107, Dowdy Boulevard, LLC, as well as case 9224, Inwood 105 through 107, Dowdy Boulevard. Just your name and address for the record.
Albert A. D'Agostino, Minerva D'Agostino, PC, 107 South Central Avenue, Valley Street, 11580. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. There's an issue with respect to the sign posting. There was a correction on the application. Would you like me to sit down? Can you hear me now? There had been an error in the denial letter from the building department initially. We had to amend the application, which we did, and the sign which was posted apparently omitted something else. So we have a sign deficiency of trying to get all tentacles together on this. If there's any possibility of adjourning this to early May, that would be appreciated if your schedule permits.
Wait, when you say that something was missed and you had to amend the application,
Right.
was that like the building department said certain things?
Right.
Did it have to go back there, or?
It went back because there was a slight sliver which was
A slight what?
a sliver of property in the rear which was residential B that wasn't picked up, and we then had to amend the application, which we did, and the signs that were posted for today's hearing it didn't include everything.
Okay, but the ducks are all in a row now.
So our notice right now, it says, use variance to construct a three-story office building, a portion of which is Residence B District, with side yard and rear yard variances. Is that correct and accurate?
It is, and I believe there's a height, reference to a height variance there too, as I recall.
We don't have that in this advertisement,
What is it?
a height variance.
Height.
My
Well, there's two
understanding is
cases.
that
I
everything is now
apologize.
included, but.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. D'Agostino,
No, it's
I
here.
apologize. There is a companion case.
But it's odd because one's in the adjournments. Do you understand why it's in
Yeah.
adjournments?
They both traveled together, were supposed to be traveling together.
Right, but one is in our adjournments and one is in our regular calendar. That's why it was missed, like.
Oh, no, I understand. When I saw it earlier, I noticed that. Yeah, we're seeking an adjournment on both.
This one. So I think it's that one.
All right, I spoke to the secretary, and unfortunately, the earliest we can accommodate you is June 26th at 2 p.m.
That's what will have to be.
So
then.
be it.
6/26 at 2.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. D'Agostino.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any other requests for adjournments. First, we have case 21024, Levittown, Kevin Basiglia. Special exception to construct shed higher and larger than permitted in and exceeding horizontal maximum, also known as 25 Ripple Lane.
Ripple. I don't remember Ripple, do you? Tom remembers Ripple. It's 50 cents, Henry Street, Lucas.
Hello, my name is Kevin Biseglia. I live at 25 Ripple Lane, Levittown, New York, 11756.
You're here for a shed, higher, larger, and horizontal maximum. You want to just tell us what those numbers are?
Yes, ma'am. So I am requesting permission to construct a shed that would be 10 foot by 16 foot. It would be 10 and a half feet tall, and the total square area would be 160 feet.
I don't think it's 10 and a half feet. I think it's 10 feet, 5 inches.
Sorry, yes, 10 feet, 5 inches, forgive me.
Because the inspector needs to know.
I understood, forgive me.
And then you're allowed 12 on both sides. One side is 16.
16.
You're allowed 144 square feet. You want 160.
160.
That's correct, yes.
And other than that, you don't need any variances.
No, ma'am.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
I would just move, Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed and that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. You'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Okay, thank you very much.
Second.
for
Thank
your
you.
time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
Next, we have case
Next
21424, near Valley Stream, Sadak Ali. Variance exceeds number of stories, construct third story to dwelling, also known as 843 Flanders Drive.
No, this is down there too. It's in the flood zone. It's a FEMA 3.
Juan Medina, engineer on record, 1936 Hempstead Turnpike, East Meadow, New York, 11554.
Good afternoon.
Sadakat Ali, owner of Flanders Drive, 843 Flanders Drive.
You're going to speak a little louder. It's harder to hear than you speak.
Yes, so this is Sadakat Ali, owner of 843 Flanders Drive.
You want to construct a 3-story house.
Yes, Chairman, Board, good afternoon. So, in reality, this is a 2-story addition. The only reason it's considered a 3rd story is because of how the flooding code defines a 3rd story in this area.
Hold on. We have it on our calendar as a dwelling. In other words, not an addition. Is this an addition? or-
It's an extension, I apologize, I misspoke.
No,
you didn't
no,
wrong.
no.
But we have here a scenario where you want to build a whole house. If you're talking about an addition, that's different than what we have. So tell us what, there is some portion
Well,
of the existing dwelling that you want to continue to keep?
Correct. So all we're doing is that we're adding another story on what's already there. So right now we have what's considered a 2-story house because the basement is defined as the 1st floor, and we're adding what would be considered typically a 2nd story, but it's defined as a 3rd story because of how the basement is defined. Yes.
Tell us what's in the basement. Got the plans?
Let me just get to the elevation. There are elevations, aren't there?
There are elevations there.
Usually I can get right to them, but
You mind if I step up? Maybe I can help.
I
No,
can
no,
find
we'll
it.
get them.
Just in a different place. So let's just go through this. You're in a FEMA zone?
Correct.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
I don't have the DFE.
AE, and it should be on the drawing. Should be a bold black line that says AE, 8-foot elevation.
Oh, you put them on the other set of elevations.
Yes.
Got it, thank you. Maybe. Or maybe you didn't. No.
Which exhibit is that on?
Excuse me?
What exhibit is that on?
Like the
The-
BFE and the DFE, they're
Yeah.
on the elevations, I don't see.
It should be
any.
on the elevation drawings.
Which one? Come on, could you approach, please?
See, we have all these, not the BFE, not the DFE.
file.
All right, that's fine. No, what they have left, these are not the accurate drawings. Is any portion of that, when you put in your drawings, you put in a whole new set?
Yeah, the whole set was completely revised.
Well, you don't know, maybe every set's. You remember the date you put them in? John, what's the date of those? John, what's the date of those?
What?
These are 9/18/23. Let me see if there's any amendment. Sometimes the amendments are,
Sometimes the date doesn't.
you're right.
Okay. No.
Same one. Do you know when the amendments were submitted?
Can you go down, to the building department?
Well,
Come
the
back
problem
up
is
and
we
put
gotta
it
make sure
on
they were
later.
file.
They were, because I remember going back and forth with the planning center to ensure that the elevations.
But this is the zoning board file. That's the issue. Is there one case or two?
One.
This is the whole file. Just confirm the numbers. I don't know, I guess we could adjourn for a moment and run down the
Yeah.
zoning board and see if they're somehow out of the file, but have been in file for
30 days. Okay? So
I
we're
mean,
gonna-
I assume
Run over a printer.
we're not an issue.
it's got to be on file for 30 days.
Unfortunately, there's not anything we can get around because then we subject ourselves to any issues that the law says. So you want to.
If you want to go over there,
Check if they were, you gotta go down to the zoning board and check if they're in fact on file there. And so have.
Find
you
out
don't bring
when
them
they're
up.
on
You
file.
have them bring them up.
Yeah. Okay?
And then we'll call your case again. If they weren't on file, then we're gonna have to give you an adjournment to put them on file, whatever.
All right?
But have someone there bring them up. When you bring someone, they'll bring us, they were in file.
We're going to mark this. All right? Patrick, we'll mark this case second. Yes. Okay. All right. Next case. Next, what? 215, 216. Let's find out what happened. Pardon? We're going to mark this case second call, so you'll be given, the opportunity to go down to the building department,
Okay,
okay?
understood.
Anyone else who's here on that case, stay put. We're gonna let them go
We'll
down
hear
and
the
see
case
if the
later.
documents were in the
Otherwise,
the updated documents which were filed. We're gonna find where they are. So just stay put
don't
for a few
leave.
minutes.
Don't leave.
Okay. Next, we're going to call case 21524, Elmont, 330 Lucille Avenue LLC. Variances, subdivision of lot area, construct dwelling with garage, demolish existing dwelling and garage, formerly known as 330 Lucille Avenue, as well as case 21624, Elmont, 330 Lucille Ave LLC. Variances, subdivision of lot area, construct dwelling with garage, formerly known as 330 Lucille Avenue.
Yeah. Two emails. Pardon? Two. Two emails. Maybe there's one present. Interested, it's Barry. Let me see.
Good afternoon, Mr. Avertine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, appearing for the
afternoon.
applicant, Howard Avertine, 2116 Merrick Avenue, Merrick.
50s.
This is the application of 330 Lucille Avenue LLC for variances required in order to subdivide a parcel into 2 lots and to construct a new single-family dwelling on each. Seated to my left is Mr. Adil Rahman, who is the principal of the applicant. Of course, the board is familiar with Mr. Nelson sitting to my right. The premises under application is located on the westerly side of Lucille Avenue, 200 feet north of Arlington Avenue in Elmont. It has a street address of 330 Lucille Avenue and is also known as Section 35, Block 56, lots 50 through 54 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The parcel has dimensions of 100 feet in width by 100 feet in depth and a total lot area of 10,000 square feet. It is developed with a single-family dwelling and detached garage. By this application, the applicant seeks variances required in order to subdivide the premises into 2 parcels, each with dimensions of 50 feet in width by 100 feet in depth, and to construct a new colonial-style single-family dwelling on each in accordance with the plans filed with the board. The variances required are for lot area only. This is the Residence C zoning district. The lot area minimum required is 6,000 square feet. Proposed for each lot is 5,000 square feet. The proposal is zoning compliant in all other respects. There is no cellar entrance proposed for these homes. The basement is unfinished. The home itself, it is a typical colonial-style dwelling, and the proposal, in our estimation, fits in with the surrounding area as shown on the radius map, and as Mr. Nelson will discuss in greater detail. Unless the board has any questions of me at this time, I would introduce Mr. Nelson to testify.
Questions for Mr. Abertine? Mr. Nelson? Yes, sir. You were recently qualified as a real estate expert by this board about 3 hours ago.
Yes. I'll try to do a better job.
You've appeared
this
many
time.
times. I'd like you to do a better job.
Better job.
And brevity counts. Keep that in mind, Mr.
Thank you.
Nelson. You're welcome.
I have photographs and aerial views, and comparable sales for the subject property and the surrounding area. I'd like to submit at
No,
this time.
exterior thing. You took those photographs recently, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir, within
And
the
they
last 30 days.
fairly and accurately purport to represent the
Yes.
physical condition of the premises and the surrounding area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we'll accept those into evidence.
So council has gone over the case substantially, and it is to demolish the existing improvements, and in this instance, construct 2 new one-family houses, each on 50 by 100, 5,000 square foot lots. So lot area is the only requirement. It is a residential C zoning in the area. If we can cut right to the chase, the
Cut it.
parcel's right across the street, which is
332.
indicated as Lourdes Blanker. 325 was a recent subdivision in the area, and that would be in Block 57, tax lots 24 through 28, under cases 725 and 726, 2020, which requested similar variances, 100 by 100 into 250 by 100. I'll hand the
2 letters in opposition.
decision and the conditions on that one. The applicant was before this board in 2021, back under cases 757 and
these to-
758, a similar
There's one of-
subdivision,
there were
and
two-
that would be approximately
2
one
letters in
block
opposition.
north
You could show them to
of the
Abertine.
subject property on the easterly side for a
mean,
similar
it's-
application, and I'll hand
this is a
in
foregone
that decision
conclusion.
as well. The makeup of the area lends itself to a subdivision as proposed. You'll see on the radius map just to the south of the subject property, 250 by 100, 5,000 square foot parcels. Across the street, tax lot, what is known as 341 and 347 Lucille Avenue, each 50 by 100, 5,000 square feet. The current, or the most recent subdivision at 325, and it's also known as 325 and 327. We can continue with the pattern of development, but I believe the case across the street lends itself to or was granted a similar subdivision describing the pattern of development, character of the neighborhood. The subject property will be constructed with 2 new colonials. Those homes across the street, as well as the applicants, sold between $1,150,000 and $1,345,000. So 2 new homes in the area would be in keeping with the pattern of development, character of the neighborhood. It's not going to alter or change the essential character of this area. The municipal services are all available to the subject property. Each house will have internal garage and parking for on-site parking. Thank you. If you want more, I can give you more, but I think that should cover it. Thank you.
This is Boulevard.
I didn't know whether the board had questions for Mr. Nelson. I was handed 2 submissions by local residents in opposition, and I'll address, if I may, the comments raised.
You may.
One of them speaks about concerns about tenants in homes, and they are transient. We will agree to a condition, if the board wishes to impose one, requiring that the homes be owner-occupied. We would further agree that notwithstanding the fact that there's no cellar entrance proposed, that there be a prohibition on cellar entrance, so to ameliorate any concerns that there might be regarding an illegal conversion to a multiple-family dwelling, and certainly we know the board's concern about rental properties, and that is why we're certainly willing to consent to owner-occupied as a condition. Regarding the concerns about parking, please note that the proposal includes a 1-car internal attached garage, as well as a parking pad for additional parking. So there's ample parking on site, and we believe that the proposal as constituted addresses the concerns raised in the emails that were sent in by residents.
I believe that's your case, Mr. Avertine?
It is, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Do I have any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Avertine, Mr. Nelson, and you all will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you, and everyone have a nice day.
Thank you.
And hopefully you're leaving right now, Mr. Nelson. We got you again. Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. Kim? Aye.
Thank you. Yes, he did. That tells you something. I don't know what it is. Go ahead.
Next, we have case 21724, near Valley Stream, J.W. Kadesh Holdings LLC, special exception to maintain dwelling converted to religious use, mikveh with lot area occupied, side yards and rear yards variances, maintained second floor wood deck with stairs, a portion of which is roofed over, and in excess of 50% reconstruction, new CO required. Variance in off-street parking with insufficient access and backup space, and special exception to park in Res B district, also known as 773 Golf Drive.
Yes. Appearing for the applicant, Howard Avertine, 2116 Merrick Avenue, Merrick.
Barry Nelson, 220 Pettit Avenue, Belmore, New York, 11710. Good afternoon.
Shmuel Flaum, 194 Wanzer Avenue, Inwood, New York, 11096, architect.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is the application of J.W. Kodesh Holdings, LLC, for approvals required in order to utilize the premises under application as a synagogue with accessory mikveh. The premises under application is located on the westerly side of Golf Drive, 278.12 feet south of Hungry Harbor Road, near Valley Stream. It has a street address of 773 Golf Drive and is also known as Section 39, Block 611, Lot 6 on the Nassau County Land and Tax Map. The premises has dimensions of 64.03 feet in width by approximately 104 feet in depth, and a lot area of 6,845.24 square feet. It is developed with a single-family home, which has been converted to a synagogue with accessory mikveh. By this application, the applicant seeks approvals required in order to maintain the existing synagogue and accessory mikveh in accordance with the plans filed with the board. The approvals required in connection with this application are as follows. First, a special exception approval for the synagogue and the accessory mikveh. Also, lot area occupied, 27.5% is the maximum permitted. 30% maximum is permitted with decking up to 3 feet in height, which this application does indeed have. The total proposed with all of the decking is 39.34%. The notice indicated side yards, but I don't believe we require a side yard variance. The building department rejection doesn't indicate a rejection for side yard, but it is in the notice, so it's advertised anyway.
Mr. Avertine?
Yes.
Can you just give me some conceptual framework? It says that it doesn't appear by the language that you've added too much or that there's too much here, but then I get the excess of 50%. I'm sure you'll explain why that is. And can you tell us when this conversion happened, if you know?
Yes, it all happened, and Mr. Flaum will get into that in a little bit more detail, but this all transpired during COVID, and...
So recently?
Yes, this was all done within the past 3 years.
Can you tell me how it got to 50? What's the 50%? Because I can't believe it's just,
I
maybe
think that pertains to the second-story deck and the enclosure. Is that,
Wait, say that again?
Mr. Flaum, could you expand upon that?
The plan examiner, when he reviewed the application, he said that this would be considered an enlargement or increase of more than 50% of the structure's value. I think that's what you're referencing?
I am, but I'm trying to understand why. There's like a deck.
So he's also calculating any interior work that was done in addition to the deck enlargement. So I guess in their specialized computer calculations that they do with the FEMA software, he made the determination that it was in excess of 50% of the existing structure's value.
What was done in the inside?
It was gut renovated on the lowest level, on the lower level and the upper level, and there was an enlargement at the rear where they did a ritual purification mikvah space, and then a deck on top of that with
So
the
the-
roof
and-
portion.
The mikveh only needs lot area occupied.
Right.
Significant increase? I'm still not getting the 50%.
Again, it's a nomenclature, I guess, that they have to use.
Well, but it's nomenclature that matters.
So again, I think relative to the value of the existing structure, the building department's saying that it exceeds 50% of the value of the existing building. So if the existing building was valued at 500,000, once it exceeds $250,000 in value, is considered more than 50%. But
Right,
that being said,
I get the math.
but that being said, it's not residential in nature, so it's not subject to the same rules that a residential property will be subject to in terms of FEMA compliance.
Wait, what do you mean it's not residential in nature? It's a resident,
The use, the proposed use is no
Well,
longer going to be a residential use.
but it's in a residential zone and it is a dwelling,
But it's
so it is
being,
residential.
Right.
And that, yes, they're asking now to convert it to a use.
right, so the use is a commercial use, so therefore, whereby in a residential building, you can't use a level below the DFE, commercial permits it. Yes. Usable space, it's not habitable in the same sense as a residential, but yes. Storage, but you can't. You can have a wedding hall, you can have a synagogue, you can have all those uses that are commercial in nature, retail, as long as, yeah. As long as the materials are flood resistant.
I'm not aware of that, but I'm not an architect, so, Also to clarify, also I think in response to your prior inquiry, Mrs. D'Amato, in response to your prior inquiry regarding the in excess of 50% reconstruction, I also believe that the building department was stating that in light of the degree of reconstruction that took place, that they, I'm sorry? Yes, that they were considering it almost as if it was a new structure, and therefore
Inside.
you require a brand-new CO. That's, I believe, part of what
Yeah.
the consideration was there. Also, Mr. Nelson did correct an error that I made previously about the side yards. Side yard relief is required because the minimum required in the change of use from residential to religious would require would require the two side yards be at least 20 feet. And so we don't have that.
Okay, so hold on. So you had said you didn't need side yard, you are before us for side yard.
Correct.
But you're not before us for aggregate. So now you're saying you still don't need side yard, but you need aggregate.
No, I believe,
I thought you just said you needed aggregate at 20.
596.
I just want to have it,
I understand. Let me just,
it's not a material, it's de minimis, so I just want to get it right.
It's not,
right, it just is, it's just a side yard.
it's not de minimis. Confirm. Here, no.
No, I didn't mean his request is de minimis. I meant there is still sufficient notice.
It's not over 20 feet. Yeah, so,
Each of the two side yards shall be at least 20 feet.
right,
So it's not the aggregate.
no, it's the minimums, yeah.
Right. According to BZO section 71B, B as in boy, it states that in case any building other than a single-family dwelling, there shall be two side yards, the width of which, of the two side yards shall be at least 20 feet. So
each.
by correct, 20 feet each.
A side yard,
So it's not aggregate, it's just the side
yards.
yard.
So it
Two,
is side yard.
correct.
Right.
And do you need it on both?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And you're providing, just for the record,
Yes. The existing.
What are you providing?
Certainly.
596?
I believe it's 5 and 10.
And then when did this conversion take place? You said around 2019 during COVID?
596 and 11.
Fine. The existing side yards that are not proposed to be changed is 5.96 feet and 11.63 feet existing, with no proposed enlargement or decrease.
Okay.
What was the second one, 11?
11.63 feet.
So you only need it on one side, the relief.
No, you need it on both
Both.
because it's 20 feet
20 feet
required on
each.
each side for the
No, you said it's
non-residential
not an
use. No, it's not an aggregate. Each
Side
side yard
But he has.
required is 20 feet.
Or 20.
No, 20 on each.
The chairman corrected me. Okay, keep going. Oh, keep going.
Paying attention.
The conversion took place, I would say, towards the middle of 2020, and end of 2020 is when the conversion took place for the space.
Now, when we say conversion, do you mean you made all the renovations? Or do you mean that's when it started serving as,
Started serving
religious use.
as a religious use.
so prior to that, it wasn't even a religious use?
No,
And then these alterations to the interior about the same time, or?
prior.
Yep.
They had done, there was an alteration filed for residential use,
Oh,
and later afterwards, they decided to repurpose it for the religious use. So there was a permit on file for the original interior work, which then got modified and changed when it switched over.
so when they made the interior alterations, that wasn't when they made sort of the religious style alterations inside?
Right, it was changed again during the construction.
Oh, so they just altered the residence in a residential way,
Correct,
and then subsequent thereto came the middle of 2020, let's convert it to a religious, and let's make the interior alterations necessary for the religious use we're gonna have.
correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay,
Go on.
Mr. Flom, would you kindly just explain the layout of the space for the board?
Certainly. The layout of the current space as it's currently laid out, it's a two-story above grade structure, the lower level containing the lobby for the synagogue and coat room, a warming kitchen just to heat up food, ADA bathroom, and then miscellaneous storage. In addition, there's a mechanical room at that lower level. On the upper floor, there is the main sanctuary, the bathroom, the bathrooms, the rabbi's office, and then a covered porch and an uncovered portion of the porch. So there's one porch, and it's partially covered, partially uncovered.
In addition, I'll also just complete the relief requested. In addition to what I already mentioned, we require a rear yard variance, 25 feet is required, 20 feet 2 inches was proposed. And lastly, parking variance, 28 spaces are required, 1 ADA compliant space is proposed.
So no other parking other than the ADA?
That is correct. At this time, I also have a petition with the names of 184 residents in favor of the application that I'd like to hand in. We also have several speakers who are going to speak in favor of the
Are that
application as
184,
well.
are they members of the temple?
Sorry?
Are they members?
Some are, but not all.
We'll take those,
This
take
time,
those into
unless the board
evidence.
has questions of me, I would introduce Mr. Nelson to testify.
Mr. Nelson, since the last time you qualified as an expert on real estate values, about 20 minutes ago,
Yes.
have any of your qualifications changed, sir?
No, sir.
So we
Trying
will
to get
again
better.
qualify you as a real estate expert for those of you who are in opposition. That allows Mr. Mr. Nelson to give an opinion. The weight that we ascribe to his opinion may differ, but he is qualified as a real estate expert. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. I handed in some exhibits, packet of photographs of the subject property and the surrounding uses, including 2 religious institutions that are nearby, which I'll describe shortly. In my opinion, the photographs fairly and accurately represent the subject property and the surrounding uses. I also handed in some aerial views for the subject property and the surrounding area. The application before the board council has gone over substantially. It will maintain the residential, single-family look to it, a former high ranch type design. The additions are to the rear, behind the existing dwelling. The side yards are existing, no changes to the side yards proposed. The requested use for a religious institution has been heard on other applications in this vicinity. In fact, within the last month on Hungry Harbor Road at 500 Hungry Harbor Road. There are 2 religious institutions that would be found within the 300-foot radius, just slightly beyond. One at the northeast corner of Park Avenue and Hungry Harbor Road, which if you look northerly on Gulf Drive, you'll see it, and you'll see it in my photographs. The southwest corner of Hungry Harbor Road and Long Acre, a religious institution, which I provided photographs. In both those applications, the existing dwelling was removed and a new 2.5 and 3-story synagogue was constructed. In both those applications, variances sought were lot area occupied, similar or greater than what is being requested in this instance, as well as side yard and rear yard setbacks. If you look at my photographs, you'll see what I'm referring to. They are part of the community. They have not adversely affected property values, impacted quality of life issues created. I also looked at some other, in that those were religious institutions. In this application, the introduction along with the religious institution is the mikvah. I looked at other locations, and there are not that many of them that exist in the town of Hempstead. One that's existed many years is at 3397 Park Avenue in Oceanside. Another one at 1156.
How far away is that from the subject property?
It's out of the area, miles, but what I did is, referring these applications, is that they're in a residential house, in a residential community, and they've been in existence. To see the impact on property values and character of the neighborhood is why I'm referring to those.
Did the board have take any action on those properties? That
Yes.
Oceanside, they did.
They did, and there's another one at 775 Hempstead Avenue, West Hempstead. All of them were before the board many years ago, and they exist today. So I looked at property values, character of the neighborhood, and appearances on each one. And in my findings, they have not impacted property values, negatively impacted the quality of life issues, or, as I mentioned, property values.
Are you
They-
based it upon comparable sales?
Comparable sales, yes, sir.
Do you have a listing of those comparable sales?
I can provide it to the board, yes.
Please do so.
What's it?
Thank you for the visit. Have some sugar.
I don't know if I have them with me, but I can provide it to the board if the board would like.
Thank you.
For the one on, I have packets of here, for the one on in Oceanside, 3397 Park Avenue. That was under cases 654 and 655, November 10th, 1982. So it's been in there for almost 42 years. I can get you the comparable sales if the board would like. Nevertheless, we have comparable sales in this immediate vicinity as far as the other two religious institutions. And what I found is that property values continue to appreciate, consistent with other areas without a religious institution affecting that immediate vicinity. And I did comparable sales in the subject block in this instance, as well as to the blocks to the west, and we've seen them go from 500,000, 600, 700, and now in excess of $1 million for homes near the subject property and the surrounding area. And in my opinion, property values will continue to appreciate. In all of these cases, the most recent ones were, of course, under the religious institution section for a special exception 399 of the town of Hempstead's code. The other, as far as the victors, the mikvahs, they were under the old special exception requirements. Nevertheless, it's my opinion that the applicant, and before I go on, each one of these instances, parking was required, minimum parking, maybe 1, 2, and 3 spaces on the site. Otherwise, it's very comparable to the subject property. It's based on my research, my findings, the proposed use, the change of use from a residential to a religious institution is not going to alter or change the essential character of the neighborhood or negatively impact property values. Thank you.
Would this proposed use have any significant traffic congestion?
You want to answer it?
Yes, I can answer that. The answer, Mr. Pellegrini, is no. This synagogue is an Orthodox Jewish establishment. The primary days that they have the most attendance is on the Sabbath, which begins on Friday night and goes through Saturday night. And as this board is also aware, in the Orthodox Jewish religion, they cannot drive on the Sabbath. So the attendees to Friday night services and other activities that take place, and on Saturday, the attendees walk. There are daily services in the morning before people go to work. There would be, some folks would walk, others would drive, but it is not in the numbers that you would see typically on Sabbath. So it is not something that disrupts traffic in the area. I think what you might hear from some residents is concerns that parking on the street is taken up by, at times by folks who come to the synagogue. And you'll also hear that the synagogue has been working with local residents, putting up cones for those who don't want people parking in front of their homes and things of that nature to try to create a relationship whereby the activities do not upset surrounding property owners. So that is basically how the synagogue operates, and you'll hear more about that from the synagogue president and the rabbi.
What is the current occupancy now, or members that, let's
There
say
are,
membership?
I'm advised that there are 78 full members and 22 associate members, and I'll have the president and the rabbi expand upon that.
And what is anticipated? Why do you need the extension?
Well, the mikveh, and I think Mr. Flom can explain, it's already done. Everything's already built. So it's not something that's proposed, it's all existing. And I think that's part of it is for additional, I think Mr. Flom took us through the nature of the spaces that, and how they are laid out. If you'd like, you can go through that again, if you wish.
Okay, when you said members, is that individual members, or is that a family?
I think it's individuals, but I'll have that expanded upon by, I believe it's individual members, not families. But I'll have them expand upon that.
What about the maximum number of people who will occupy the the facility at any given time.
I'll let Mr. Flom, Mr. Flom, I'm sure, did an occupancy analysis, and he can address that.
Yes, 1 second. Okay, sorry, just getting the drawings back open. Sorry, I was just getting the drawings open again. The sanctuary has 48 fixed seats in the main space, in the main sanctuary, and that is used by, they have a large number of families, but not everyone prays in the synagogue every week. It varies. They have, I believe, I think from memory, 80 member families, but you were asking about membership. So there are families that come.
The 80 member, because the 78 was members, and Mr. Aberdeen thought was
22 associates.
individuals, but it sounds like a member is a family.
Right, so they're member families, but what that means is that the family is a member of the synagogue. They don't always come. There isn't,
It's not 78 individuals, it's 80, and Mr. Aberdeen just wasn't sure.
right,
So 80 member families.
Correct.
Which is one or more individuals.
correct. So there is a fixed seating for 48 individuals in the main sanctuary. There is overflow space on the deck that are used for additional, what's it called, seating, I think, sometimes, but nothing fixed.
How many?
It would be based on size, but it looks like it accommodate another 20 people, but based about half the size of the sanctuary. So if the sanctuary can hold 48 people, then the deck can hold an additional 24, for a total of 70. The main sanctuary is, because there's only a men's section, is primarily only the men. I think the women come afterward.
How many men in that main sanctuary?
The main sanctuary can hold 48 men.
Oh, that's the same 48.
Yes.
You already said sanctuary, then you call it main, we didn't know it was a different space.
No, sorry.
So
The
so
same,
far we
it's the
have
same
48
sanctuary of
fixed-
48 people.
Fixed spots, and we have about 20 to 24 on the deck.
Correct.
Okay, keep going.
So that's the main use. Everything else in the building is accessories, so there's a rabbi's office.
You started saying about female, the women.
Oh, so the women, to my knowledge, don't really come to the synagogue for prayers because there isn't enough space. They come at the end if there's like a collation after the prayers. They do a collation during the nice months outside.
If the board were to approve this, would the women be able to join? Would there be enough space to accommodate the women?
So the women,
At their-
if they want to join, or if there's a reason to, I think they are able to apportion a piece of the sanctuary for the women as needed. Again, I don't pray there, so I can't answer to that, but the president of the synagogue and/or the people who pray there can give
So
you.
this, I think what he's asking is, so this request isn't a request that's aimed at, when you said there's no room for the women, so the men do the 48 fixed chairs,
Right.
you know, I think Mr. Pellegrini is just wondering like, oh, is that why this presents itself? But that's not why this is here.
Correct.
right?
That's not why
It
it's
was
here.
not- This isn't going to change the 48 fixed.
No.
No.
Sorry, I didn't understand that question.
That's okay, that's why I have her with me.
Also, as far as the mikveh is concerned, that is a ritual bath for women, and that is done typically during the Sabbath and on Friday night, or possibly, yeah, I believe that's primarily, if not exclusively, on Friday nights. And it's only, it does not attract a large number of people, it's really rather few, and I'll have a representative of the synagogue expand upon that. Unless the board has further questions at this time, I'd like to,
I have a quick question.
oh, sure.
There was reference made earlier to I don't think you made it, Mr. Aberdeen, to the fact that in the residential flood zones, if you have a building like this proposed for this use, that you're allowed to use the area below the floods, below the BFE and DFE for a lot of other uses. Can someone tell me where I find that?
So FEMA regulations have certain rules and regulations.
FEMA, go ahead.
FEMA regulations have certain use requirements Typically, it's found in the Appendix G of the building code. Yes, state building code. And
Wait, in the FEMA code or in the state code?
FEMA code is referenced in New York State Building Code, Appendix G. Typically has to do with flood-resistant construction. And there's a differentiation of use between residential and non-residential uses. So,
So that's not, so that's just construction requirements. That's not about the use of the space.
and use.
Oh, keep going. It's Appendix G of the state code.
Correct.
Do you happen to have an actual citation? Does he have an actual citation?
Well,
We can furnish it.
I can quote it for you. I can look it up for you. That being said, I just want to give context. There is a synagogue a few blocks away that I took over as applicant after I went for a variance, which the lowest level is below the DFE. And on that level is the entry foyer for the synagogue and their hall. It's all at essentially street level. It's not elevated because, once again, that is a commercial or non-residential use that is permitted to be done below the DFE.
Right, I'm just asking for the citation of where that.
I'd have to look it up. I
permitted.
don't remember the,
Mr. Everton, you can get me the citation.
Of course, we will get it
That
for you.
says you can have these things. It's the first I'm hearing of, you know, we all know the traditional use these days of what's allowable under the flood zone. So I just need the citation.
I'll furnish that to Mr. Owens.
Thank you.
Can you call the representative of the congregation,
Yes, sir.
please?
I'll move.
Swear 'em.
Joseph Schwartz.
Joseph Schwartz, 704 Hillcrest Place, North Woodmere, New York, 11581. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Good afternoon.
I am the rabbi of the synagogue. I apologize for my hoarseness, but we just finished the holiday of Purim, and there's quite a lot of singing involved, although that took place in my own house. First of all, you asked Mr. Nelson before to keep his remarks brief. I will attempt to do the same. I will say that in the synagogue, our constituents installed a clock on the wall straight ahead, so when I give my sermon, I can keep an eye on the clock. Being that we don't have that, I will keep an eye on my phone, where I can see the time. So I want to just point out a few things. Number one, the term synagogue is quite a new one. And in Hebrew, the term for a synagogue is a Bet Knesset. A Bet Knesset means a house of assembly. And I think that's important because it's a place where young families can get together, can worship, can pray, and of course can socialize. And it's a place where people of all ages and all backgrounds can feel comfortable practicing their faith. But it's actually not what we call our synagogue. We don't call it a Beit Knesset. We call it a shtibel. Shtibel comes from the Yiddish word meaning a little house. It's a place used for communal Jewish prayer, and this is the important part. In contrast to a formal synagogue, a shtibel is far smaller and approached more casually. As you've probably heard over the past couple of months or years, our community has grown incredibly. There are probably 9 or 10 synagogues within just a few blocks radius because of the hundreds of young Orthodox families that have moved in. Ours is unique in that it's not a temple, it's not a synagogue, it is a small, informal place, and that's how it's designed. We want it to be young families who are not looking for a large edifice, and that's why we specifically chose a home that is small and that is homey. As you heard, again, there are many institutions nearby, they're all full, and most of them do not serve this purpose. I want to give an example of us catering to different backgrounds. So someone's going to read a letter from a Mr. Weiss, who is one of our older members. I won't give his age, but let's say the average age is probably in the 30s. He's at least double that. As well, I want to give you the story of Steve. Steve is not a member of our synagogue. He was actually the security guard that we hired after the events of October 7th. After a few weeks, we found out that he was of the Jewish faith. Therefore, we invited him in. And since then, he's been coming every week and guarding us, not from outside, but from inside. He comes in, he is not a religious man, and he absolutely loves it. He stays for these services, and it's really, that's what we're about. We are welcoming, we are a place where anyone can feel comfortable joining. The mikvah, the ritual bath that was built, as you heard, is unique in that it is the only one within walking distance. It is only used, it is exclusive use, I can confirm that, Friday night. It is used by around 2 to 3 people, 2 to 3 women each week. We received permission from the neighbor directly behind us to use their backyard, their side yard, to walk through so that women are able to walk through in a private way and people don't see them. I think that shows our relationship with the neighbors behind us, and their willingness to give us that was of course very appreciated and is appreciated by the women who use it. And again, it is something there for the community. It's not just for the members of the synagogue, but it is something that the neighborhood has not had, and it is currently the only mikvah within walking distance. Parking. We recently canceled. There were services taking place in the afternoon that were mainly not members of the synagogue. It was people who asked to use it. Just a few weeks ago, we canceled that. We asked them to stop because one of the neighbors complained about people parking parking on the street a bit too much, and we asked them, we canceled those services, and as was mentioned, we only have in the morning now as well as on Saturday. On Saturday, on Shabbos, most people walk to shul. In terms of the women coming to shul, currently, like I said, being that it's young families, most women choose to stay home. We definitely have room to have the women on the deck, and when they do come, we make space for them to be able to join. The extension onto the deck does allow us to have more women, but like I started in the beginning, we are not looking to expand. This is not about expanding the membership. We, of course, love when new members join, but we're very happy with the numbers now, and we are merely trying to be able to practice our faith in a comfortable way with our current membership. I thank you all for listening, and hope you have a wonderful day.
I just have a follow-up question, Rabbi, about the members and the membership and the idea of a family membership versus individual memberships. Can you just explain that, please?
Yeah, so the 78 members are our family membership, meaning that's a membership of a family. As I said, family in our synagogue usually is people in their young 30s with young children, so 2 or 3 or 4 years old. So that's and the women, like I said, usually choose not to come to shul. Of course, we love when they come, and we try to have services in a way so that they are able to join for some of it, but they usually choose not to. But yes, the 78 members, of which, as mentioned, and this is I guess my homework, is to try to get more of them to come on a weekly basis. But most of them don't come on a weekly basis. I would say we probably have around 40 men, and by the end of services, maybe 5-10 women. Usually not even that much.
And that's typical for a typical Sabbath day,
Yeah.
excluding high holy days?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Any other questions? We have some people who appear to be in opposition.
Oh, we still have a couple more.
Oh, you do? Okay, I'm sorry.
I have a
Yes.
question, Mr. Aberdeen. So, because I just want to get my arms around what portion of these changes were before us besides the obvious. So a special exception to maintain the dwelling converted to religious use. Of the interior alterations made, because I see that there's here I see new covered porch to be maintained, other maintain items. And I don't know which of those maintain items are encapsulated in the dwelling converted, or is that simply the use in that portion of the...
I'm just to understand your question, Mrs. Ma, are you asking whether there were physical alterations made to the entire structure, or?
No, I know there were.
Okay.
I mean, that was what Mr. Flom
Yes,
said.
I just wanted to verify. So,
So like, let me use an example. New covered porch deck to be maintained. Is that part of what's before us, as you see it?
yes, the entire structure is before the board.
The use of it, or approving that it exists as a
Both.
physical?
Both. The use of it as part of the shul, synagogue, whatever name we're going to give to it, as well as the construction of it as a generic
So
structure.
under maintained second floor wood deck with stairs, a portion of which is roofed over, it's there as the physical aspect, and then the use of it as a mikvah.
Correct. Well, I
is-
believe the mikvah is below, is it not? Yeah, the
Oh,
mikvah is
oh,
below.
you're right.
That's
Dwelling
part of the
converted
shul.
To religious use.
Correct.
So it doesn't tell us exactly where it is. It's like dwelling converted to religious use, parentheses, mikvah.
There's no
with
longer
lot
a
area
dwelling.
occupied. Pardon me?
It is, there's no dwelling. There's no longer there's no residential dwelling aspect to this
Right, but I'm just
building
saying,
anymore.
on my calendar.
Yes.
Special exception to maintain dwelling converted to religious use.
Correct.
Parentheses, mikvah in paren, with lot area occupied. So that is the conversion, that's the use aspect, and I guess nothing else in terms of physical structure, right? Then I have the side yard and rear yard, obvious. Maintain second floor wood deck with stairs, a portion of which is roofed over. That's for the physical structure, right?
Correct, but that's also part of the use.
And that's in excess of 50%, okay. I'm just trying to ascertain of all these things I'm seeing on the plans, which physical attributes are sort of inside of the other use aspects, so that I know what we're addressing.
Well, I think they all are, to the extent that the rabbi indicated that the deck is sometimes used for seating for folks in connection with the services, then that's the case. But the entire structure is now for being requested, approved as a religious use.
The use of the structure.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm just distinguishing between the use and the physical attributes,
I understand.
so that I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you need
To be sworn in?
Yes. and-
Yes.
Please give your name.
My name is Benjamin Malkin. My address is 663 Gulf Drive, Valley Stream, New York, 11581. Thank you, Chairman and Board, for giving me this time. And as the rabbi said, and as I hope he will continue during his sermons, I will try to be brief. I'm a practicing neuropsychologist in the community. I have after high school, was going to attend Berkeley. I ended up switching and going to a rabbinical seminary where I got a bachelor's of Talmudic law. I did higher order training there and eventually moved on to actually becoming a rabbi. I also had a bachelor's in psychology at the time, went on to get a master's and then a doctorate. I did an internship in Columbia and then a fellowship in neuropsychology in Memorial Sloan Kettering. All that is to say that it seems like there's a lot, thankfully, that has happened wonderfully in my life. However, I would point out that my background from growing up is slightly different. I grew up in a family that was not part of a community, was not part of a shul, was not part of a group where I could feel as part of something, and the same thing is actually true for my wife. This was something that was very hard for us for a long time, and we actually moved into this community, into North Woodmere, to be able to be part of a shul and part of a community. We actually tried out going to several different synagogues, and I think like the rabbi referred to, is that many of the synagogues are these large establishments that are there as almost like a community club, but not really specifically designed for incorporating people as part of a close-knit community. Because of that, once we found this Shul Kodesh, we really felt comfortable. This was the first time that it was almost like we had a home that we could go to that was part, and not just a home, we had a home and also relatives that are our community members. I have family and my wife has family, but we have very little connection with them. So for us, being in this community, being part of this group was tremendously and is tremendously supportive and enables us to be part of something greater than ourselves. I think that the idea of having both these very large types of synagogues that can appeal to many different types of people, but are there primarily as almost like edifices of religion, are very important. But at the same time, there's also what we would call a shtibel, these little houses that are really homes away from homes for most people. And I think very much this specific building that we're talking about is a home for many people that are involved here. So I just wanted to express what I've gained and with the positivity and the value of this building, and I hope that the board can take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zvi Tropper. I live at 624 Michelle Place in North Woodmere. Thank you, Chairman and the board. About 8 years ago when I moved into the neighborhood, I found myself wandering spiritually. I could not find a place for myself and my family. And it took about 5 years or so of trying out the existing institutions to find this group of people to join together and pray weekly at this institution, Kodesh. And ever since then, I've greatly improved the quality of my spiritual life as well as my family. My son, my daughter, both take a lot of pride in coming with me to synagogue when they can. My daughter is a teenager, and it's very important for me to have a place for her to hang out, a safe place, and Kodesh has been serving that purpose. My son, who is a 8-year-old, also finds tremendous enjoyment in participating in the different programming that's offered. About 6 months ago, my father passed away, and obviously a lot to deal with, and the synagogue and the rabbi really stepped up in helping us, whether it be with different support and food, and me even taking advantage of some of the classes that are offered at the institution. To me, the presence of this building in the community has made a tremendous impact, and it created a place for myself and my family to want to live, and I hope that we can continue there, and I hope that this is taken into consideration. Thank you.
What kind of classes?
So the rabbi offers many different classes every day. We also have, in religious studies, we've also had different mental health classes given by specialists who come in. We've had, really historical classes, current events. So there's quite an array of offerings.
On a daily basis?
On a daily, weekly, monthly basis.
Okay. And the mental health classes, are those classes that are just for the congregants, or are they open to everyone?
So we had we usually open those to the community at large, not just the congregants. We recently had a therapist from Israel named by Joey Rosenfeld, who came to the synagogue, and he comes rather often, every quarter or yearly, and gives lectures there. Those are open to the community.
And they're good?
They're amazing.
Okay, so they're well attended, I guess.
The attendance depends on when they are, if people can come, but they are well attended.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your input.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Apfel. I live at 771 Mulberry Place in North Woodmere. I don't have the rabbinic or professional accolades as some of the prior speakers, so as a regular Joe, maybe my words will ring true, but differently than some of the prior speakers. I have a similar story, although I think after the rabbi, I am probably the longest tenured North Woodmere resident who is a member of Kodesh. I've been in North Woodmere with my family for 10 and a half years, and in that time, like some of the other speakers, I've attended a number of the different congregations and synagogues in the community, and also felt myself bouncing around and wandering from one to the other to find the right one, until my family and I found Kodesh, which, similar to the other speakers, has had a profound impact on myself and my family in a physical, spiritual, and mental health capacity. I want to focus on something a little bit different than some of the other speakers did. When we moved into the neighborhood, we had 2 children at that point, and 2 little children under the age of 3. And we didn't have help in the house. It was just me, my wife, and our 2 kids. And the nearest mikvah or ritual bath to the neighborhood was about a 2.5 mile walk from our home. The way the ritual bath works in the Orthodox Jewish faith is that a woman has to go on a certain number of days after in her menstrual cycle. Yes. And it's a specific night that she has to dip into the ritual bath. For my wife, this occurred on a monthly basis on Friday night. For many, it'll occur on Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights. Usually, it's a regular cycle. For my wife, it occurred on Friday night. So for about 2 or 3 years when we were first in the neighborhood, on a monthly basis, my wife was walking 2.5 miles, 12 months out of the year, regardless of the weather, the temperature, to the nearest ritual bath. There have been Orthodox Jews living in North Woodmere for, I'd say, well over 60 or 70 years at this point, and never once had anyone been able to construct a ritual bath in the neighborhood, which meant that women, for the last 60 years, have been walking, no matter the weather or the temperature, quite far to fulfill this religious obligation. The powers that be at Kodesh, the guys who were able to put this together, were the first group to do that, and that's had a tremendous impact on the community. So for me, that has been, and for my wife, for my family, that has been one of the largest impacts of the synagogue. And then the other thing.
Can I just ask you?
Sure.
Is that mikvah, as I asked the other individual, given that there's none anywhere near that area, do they open the mikvah for other people of the same faith that aren't necessarily members? I know a lot of these communities have a temple on, every half a mile. Some of them have, because people walk. So for those individuals who are a member of a different group, can they at least use the mikvah so they can benefit from it too?
The mikvah is
not just the congregants of
correct.
that.
The mikvah is open to the entire community, but from a numbers perspective, it's only women whose cycle falls out on a Friday evening, and even of the women who do have their cycles fall out on Friday evening, there are some who opt not to go on a Friday night and to go on a Saturday night.
But either way, it's
open to the entire
doors
community, correct.
For whoever in the community, even if they're not the traditional congregants of that group.
Correct. And
to
Kodesh
use the
constructed
mikvah
it.
So they don't have to do the 2.5, like you said.
Exactly. And Kodesh constructed it in a very private way, that it's discreet entrance and exit. That the men who are leaving the synagogue on a Friday night do not see the women who are coming, which is very sensitive. And the last point that I'll just make, because I know one of the speakers was unable to be here today, but one of the unique things about the synagogue is that on a given Saturday or a Friday evening, you can have up to 4 generations of Orthodox Jews praying in the same room together, which is a very powerful thing. You can have a Holocaust survivor, his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren all praying together in the same room, which is, I think, unique to this synagogue and is definitely powerful and influential to us and our family. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Keep coming.
Hello, Jacob Walden. Reside at 846 Cliffside Avenue, Valley Stream, New York, 11581.
You're gonna have to speak up, please.
Jacob Walden, residing at 846 Cliffside Avenue, 11581, with additional residents within the 400-yard radius at 817 Glen Ridge, North Woodmere, also 11581. Representing today on behalf of the synagogue and also as managing authority member of JW Kodesh Holdings. what I can tell you from sitting in the room is that nobody wants to be here this long, and I apologize that it's taking so long. But I think it's important that we get some messages across here today. Number one, first and foremost, thank you, Chairman of the Board and members of the council, for listening to this. And thank you for everyone in the audience behind me who's either sitting here by choice or not by choice for so long. And it's painful. It's also painful to know that sometimes people ask for permission to do something after they have already done it. In our case, asking for permission to change the use of this to a house of worship or assembly after it was already done. And for that, I apologize. I apologize to you, and I apologize to any of the neighbors that may be sitting here who have been negatively impacted. My wife and I have been discussing it recently, and I was like, imagine if we were living in our own community and somebody from an entirely different religion that we have nothing to do with moved in down the block and just started, hammering us with all of their religious items and social, propaganda that come along with it. It would not be pleasant. So I, by no means, as a representation of GW Kodesh Holdings, think that this is easy for people, and we need to understand that. With that being said, that's why we are trying our hardest to do this right, at least as of now. We could have came earlier, and we should have during COVID. It was at a time when there were people who were lost spiritually. The world was at chaos. There were people who were in ruins financially. There were people who were lost and didn't have synagogues and just needed a place to go. And as a cantor for the high holidays and a friend amongst the people, we got together and we said, let's do this. Let's get together. Let's find the rabbi. Let's connect with God, with a higher power, to be able to have spirituality in our lives that will help us with all of those aspects.
Did you own the house when it made the first conversion, still as a dwelling?
No, the purchase came afterwards. It was, the house was owned by another member who
Lived there?
who had a house with the tenant and was willing.
Say that again, had
The owner of the house had a tenant inside and allowed it to, he was also a member and allowed us to use the space for the house of worship.
Wait. So it's going along as a dwelling with one of your members living in it?
Correct.
And then there came a point in time when, not related to the religious use, that owner, presumably not the tenant, but the owner, said, oh, let me remodel this house and make all these alterations with the view that we're still going to use it as a dwelling.
Yes,
Or
correct. The group got together essentially not in, you know how sometimes they say in a cheesy Hallmark way, home is not a place, but who as people. So home for us wasn't necessarily 773 Golf. Home for us was that we were connected, maybe just 10 or 15 guys that we prayed together. As you know, there's a quorum that is needed of a minimum of 10 people at all times to pray together, and we were praying together for high holidays, just for high holidays, and we were praying on Flanders Drive in another member's basement there, and then for a couple of weeks in my basement on Flanders Drive. I have another house at 585 Flanders Drive, Valley Stream, New York, also 11581. And at that point, we said, okay, I think it's time to expand. We'd love to be able to build something spiritually and really be able to reach out to other people. Because, as the rabbi mentioned earlier, there's many different types of synagogues. A lot of them cater to people who go to synagogue because they have to. That's their religion. And that's the way I was brought up, ultra-Orthodox. But we were creating something where people went to synagogue because they wanted to. It was a connection of a close, intimate circle of friends who wanted to surrender to a higher power. And that was helpful for our lives. When that happened, we were able to do that. So a couple of things that we decided we were going to do was keep the house looking like a high ranch. It looks beautiful. We just finished up all of the landscaping and the tiling and the just cosmetically, the house looks like a beautiful high ranch in the middle of the road. Additionally, anybody that's going to complain about parking, we'll ask them first, What is the complaint? Is the complaint about public parking on the public road? That they don't like the parking in front of your house? Because again, I wouldn't like it either, but I want to understand what the complaint is. Or is the complaint that somebody's blocking their driveway, which would be horrific? Thankfully, we have not received any complaints that anybody has been blocking any private driveways. The only complaints have been from people parking in front of their houses on public property. And on public property. And maybe they didn't like it, the roads were a little bit too thin, and they didn't like the fact that it was harder to maneuver. And to that, we tried to cater to those people. We'll give you cones, we won't park there.
So, we get a lot of Jewish
Sure.
religious institutions, and oftentimes the primary argument is that we only have a lot of people there on high holidays, and we don't drive, and we're very familiar with that. Here we have, and I get it's public space, and I'm definitely with, hey, look, you could use the parking spot on the public space just as I can. So, but when we're talking about a residential neighborhood and approving something that's gonna bring in a lot of non-residential cars, and now we know that a lot of the events there, they're not on the high holidays, they're seminars and other things which are obviously very useful and important. But those are gonna bring all these cars that aren't in the nature of character of a residential neighborhood for the folks who are living there. As you've said, and you've been very good at recognizing
Absolutely.
the flip side of the coin. So, and Mr. Everting, do we have a parking person here, or, because I wanted to ask about the fact that a lot of the, you know, we already know the argument about the holidays, and that's, because you know, Mr. Everting, we
Of
have this a
course.
lot. But we have this place that's being used for the mikvah and for a lot of other things that are being offered to the whole community, and obviously that's an extremely good thing. But where are we putting the cars when we have one parking spot? I mean, that's what I wanted to ask the parking.
Right, well, clearly they're parking on the street, and there's.
Right.
There's
Well,
no- There's,
Yeah, but no one's even telling us how many cars we expect and how many open spots there are, that's why.
well, I think the parking requirement is 28.
28.
And we provide one. But the point here is that we're dealing with the flexibility required in connection with the religious use, as the board is very familiar with. And the point also is that the primary activities, the frequent activities, are on Sabbath when there isn't driving. There are other events, but I think that they have various things going on, but it's a handful of people. A lot of it is for children. You're not dealing with having, someone coming and attracting huge number of cars because they want to hear an author speak, and you're going to have dozens of people driving. It's not that type of thing.
Well, no, remember, the 28, that is the requirement being used in the religious part. So that presupposes that more than one person comes in a car. I don't know that that actually holds, that's why I was gonna ask the expert, for, let's say I have a mental health speaker. My guess, and I'm no expert, is if 20 people come, there's 20 cars associated with that. And do we think it makes sense to put 20, how much can the community handle? And I know the religious aspect and all, I know the religious deference under our lupa, I get it. So I
Yes,
just,
well, I think you'll, this gentleman.
Yeah, I just want to chime in for a second here. It's important to note, just as a real estate investor and people who buy businesses, but mostly in real estate, people ask the question all the time, what is the monopoly on Jewish real estate, and why are Jewish homes, specifically within an Orthodox region, higher in value and never decrease during a recession? It's a very normal question. The answer is, of course, because
it's near a synagogue.
you have to be in walking distance. What that does is there will always be a large member portion that walks no matter what. Even when it comes to mental health or when it comes to other things, the primary people interested in showing up to these things are the people that are there and learning and growing with the rabbi and partaking, whether it be Kabbalah, whether it be biblical studies, whether it be prayers, or whether it be mental health. They live there. There is nobody that is a member of the synagogue that is not in walking distance. And every single other synagogue right there within the 300-meter radius does not have even one spot.
So can I just go back to what you were telling us about, and I appreciate it that you realize you should have come to the board sooner, you made changes. So I just want to understand the chronology.
Sure.
Because I was under the understanding that it was a residential dwelling, I get one of your members owned it, and that there was a significant amount of alterations, over 50%, made to it by that individual with the view toward keeping it as a dwelling. Maybe I got it wrong. And that it was only somewhere thereafter that the decision was made to convert it to a religious use.
We put money together in as a 501c3, as an organization, as a team. We all collaborated. There is no one hero, there is no one
Before or
member.
after? Was that before the initial?
Whatever he did as a owner for the house, we together needed to put a lot more money in to turn that into a proper synagogue, which is open space and created without,
Okay, let me do it
residential.
then.
So
Let me
that was the communal funding that we
Okay,
all
let me
worked
do it
on.
this way. The changes that triggered the in excess of 50% reconstruction, were those changes made by the religious institution?
Yes,
or
absolutely. It was made by all of us once we walked in there.
anticipation to facilitate
Yes,
the religious use?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. This was done by the synagogue congregants to create a synagogue during the time of COVID, when there was a lot of confusion in the air. I don't even think this court was open. There was nothing open at the time. And even if it was, we did not follow the proper protocol that it took to set it up. We didn't know either. A lot of us were young, ambitious, and said, let's just pray. We didn't know, all we know is that there's a right of First Amendment, let's do it. What we found out later, of course, is, well, no, there's a process. So at that point, we filed for it. J.W. Kodesh Holdings LLC only purchased the property from that member once the congregants got together and said, we will do whatever it takes to make this legal. Allow me to say this. There's a lot of huff and puff when I was sitting back there in the audience, and even for members of the neighborhood that couldn't show up today. Maybe they're huffing and puffing if they're watching the live cam on YouTube. But what I can say is that most of the box checking items can be achieved. If not today, then tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, then the next day. If we need more parking spots, we'll get parking spots. If we need this, we'll get that. But what we will not do is stop yearning for the spiritual growth of our families. If it means that we need to be more considerate to neighbors, the first one here to say, ask us for what you need and we will do the best we can. But to find, if it is one box that we didn't check, whether it be a parking spot or whether it be too many people at a mental health session, essentially what we're doing here is saving lives spiritually, physically, and growing a community of love for families, and we will get those boxes checked, just like all the other synagogues in the neighborhood.
Can I just say, that's great to hear. And for me, and I'm only one of a number, the biggest hurdle is where we're gonna put the cars. It's always is.
Where are the cars in the other synagogues?
Hold on, similar problem, but, and there are various different solutions. But I'm happy to hear you say, so if there's a nearby place that you have that, you said if we need parking, we'll find it.
Sure.
I don't know the layout here, I can't.
I have 2 houses in the neighborhood. I'm happy to give those away. Now you have 4 spots. On a serious note, though, I think what we could really do is we would take upon ourselves here today to ask our members to walk to synagogue on Sabbath so that it's not parked over a 24-hour period. And that, I think, is a really big bulk. The other times, if they're coming in the morning early before they run out to work, it's a half hour, it's 45 minutes if they stay for the extra sermon from the rabbi. But, you're in, you're out. Maybe that's an idea of something that we can do to accommodate. We're not looking to be opposing. We're looking to accommodate. We just don't want it to affect our religious rights.
Yeah, we're not talking about your religious expression or anything like that.
Good.
We're talking about cars parking.
Got it.
But I appreciate, that's a big deal if you're members, because one of our prior members on this board was practicing Jew, and he always used to tell us, leave the car at night,
Right.
24-hour park job. That's a big deal to
Yeah.
the community, and I think that's an extremely helpful suggestion.
Yeah, the rabbi mentioned something, or somebody earlier, that one of the good things about, or no, I think it was you, Counselor, mentioned how one of the things that are beneficial about Sabbath is that people are not driving, so traffic-wise, they're parked. But I could also see if I lived there, I wouldn't want cars parked there. So I would be happy as a member of the Board of Trustees and as representative of J.W. Kodesh Holdings to request upon our members to walk for Sabbath. And I think that that's a very, will there be some people, whether it be bad weather or far, that will drive? Of course, we can ask them not to park, to be considerate, to use Hungry Harbor, which is more of a busy street right there, which does have more synagogues already being jammed up. We can ask, that's another effort that we can ask people to park closer to that way. I'm open to suggestions. I think we all are, and we're here to just try to make things right and get it approved, not make things worse.
Thank you.
Can I just ask what the
Sure.
fire marshal occupancy is, if we know?
Flam? Shmuel?
Fire Marshal.
Yeah, what are,
Do you know the occupancy?
what is the limit? I want what your limit.
No.
Maximum.
The occupancy is based on the building code, not the fire marshal, but
The fire marshal usually has a number also.
I
Maybe you don't know it.
I don't know if they've
Okay.
ascertained one yet
Okay.
because it still hasn't been approved, but I believe once this does get approved, they will file with the fire marshal for their permit to do the work.
Oh, because it's already existing though, right? It's a maintain.
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right. Good enough.
Thank you. Mr. Avatine?
Yes. I have just to hand in a letter of support from a gentleman named Joseph Weiss at 706 Golf Drive within the radius, expressing his full-throated support. I won't read it into the record, but I will hand it in.
Thank you. We'll take it into evidence. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Okay. We have several people who have signed in opposition who would like to speak first. If any of you are still here, come up. You get the podium.
Sure. Yes. My name is Joseph Lazo. I live right adjacent at 767 Gulf Drive in North Woodmere, New York.
Right. Go ahead.
Okay, I purchased my house in 2006 when I was 28 years old. They've been practicing since 2020 when the COVID epidemic hit. They never got the proper permits, and I believe under the mandatory of the governor, you weren't supposed to meet up in a religious institution, but they did it regardless. That's why. So I don't even, they've been operating since 2020. In regards to parking, yes, it is the parking issue is because it's a residential neighborhood. I didn't buy my property in commercial location, so that has become an issue. The rabbi also stated they have 9 or 10 other synagogues nearby, so I don't see why one more is needed. I understand, I'm sure they're lovely people, they have great kids and family, but I don't just see why you need another one if everyone in such small location is a shortage of houses. Sometimes I go out with my wife on Friday nights, and every time, 9 o'clock in the morning, the kids are in the backyard playing, playing soccer, hitting the fence. I gotta be the grumpy old man to come outside and say, please stop hitting the fence. They have no regard to the children at 9 o'clock in the morning running around till 9:30, till 12 o'clock. 12 kids running around. I don't even see what's the point of them even going there if they didn't even step inside. They're just in the backyard playing, run to the front yard. Sometimes they come to my side of the house and then have Ring cameras, and it becomes a whole ordeal. It's a terrible nuisance. Again, they don't have no regard for me whatsoever, and I've been quiet this whole time, and it's getting annoying that every time, 9 o'clock in the morning, I gotta hear kids running, screaming. It's no difference if I buy a pit bull or put my radio loud 9 o'clock in the morning to disturb my neighbor. It's the same thing. It's not music to my ears. Fridays, when I come home from work around 5:30, I gotta hear them singing or congregating. I'm just trying to relax in my house. It's almost paid off. I just wanna go home, relax, take my sneakers off, watch TV, have a cup of coffee. I don't wanna hear people singing. They should have soundproofed it at least in the beginning. If you're gonna do it right. Soundproof it so I don't gotta be annoyed. This Saturday at 1:30 in the morning, I had to call the police, and I never like calling the cops, only for an accident at most. They were playing loud music. I guess it was a Halloween or some celebration because they were dressed up in costumes. But at 1:30 in the morning, they're playing loud music. And then they go on the deck, which is monstrous. So if they do celebrate, they go on that big deck, and I gotta hear it now. I don't wanna hear it. I just wanna relax in my house. Last year or sometime this summer, I don't know if it was a wedding or celebration, they had a band come in the backyard around 11:30 in the morning. They're playing music for an hour, 2 hours. Music that I don't understand. They'll get annoyed if I'm playing salsa, merengue, bachata music with my loudspeakers at that early in the morning on a Saturday or Sunday. It's no difference. It's just noise to my ears. 3:30 on 324, at 3:30 I have video. Someone came to my door trying to open the door. I guess they thought it was the synagogue next door. God forbid if my door was open, my son could have hit him with a baseball bat because he thought it was a stranger. All right, it's constant times they come to my door and try to open the door. Could you imagine a Spanish kid hit somebody in the head with a baseball bat? He's the one gonna get in trouble.
Wait, it's a regular occurrence that people come to your door?
Yeah,
Now, how do
right.
you know there are people headed to this place?
Because they go right next door. I have ring cameras on my phone, my property. So I have a bunch of videos of kids coming to my driveway. I understand the ball comes over, they knock on the door. I get them the door, I give them the balls over, no
Oh,
problem.
wait, they're knocking on your door because the ball's in the
No.
backyard.
Sometimes, yes, I have also videos, they come and play in my yard and they play in the driveway.
All right, but that's separate from people trying to enter your,
Well, the
Yes,
people
it is.
entering my door, adults, from their synagogue,
how do you know they're from there?
because he came in the costume and he went next door. Last Saturday, I believe was, I don't know, it's not a Halloween, but they were all dressed up in costumes. Does anyone
How
say
many
anything?
people came to your door confused with
Just that day once, but it happens once every 2 months. Someone tries to open the door, they come by accident.
And on every occasion, you can look at your videos and see that they
Well, I
intended...
tell them it's next door.
Hold on, one at a time, she has to take it down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On each occasion, you've been able to ascertain that there's some confusion and they intended to go to the location next door?
I've had women knock on the door. I got to change real quick, put something appropriate on, open the door. I said, "You looking for next door?" This Saturday, this individual tried to open the door. He looked. I guess he saw it's the wrong address, and he walked over. And again, it's on ring
Any theory as to
camera.
why everyone...
I don't.
I'm adjacent to them.
Appropriate
Never mind.
theory.
I'm right next to them.
I'm just trying to figure out...
I mean, he's not going to speculate on why someone comes to his door.
Again, like I said, police came at 1:30 this morning, this Saturday, because they're playing loud music or whatever. March 9th, 11:30 p.m., the same thing. So it's just a disregard. I don't know if they, I guess they, after synagogue hours is a place to meet and hang out, which is fine. You can do whatever you want, but don't.
Wait. So the music on the 9th was loud and it was after 11?
March 9th at 11:30 p.m., the police were called because they were playing loud music.
Outside?
Inside their house of worship that I could hear through my house. I live right next to them. I'm adjacent to them.
I understand. And Saturday,
Saturday at 1:30, this
PM?
Saturday just passed, a.m.
1:30 in the morning?
1:30 in the morning. They were hanging on the deck. Somebody was screaming or whatever. They were playing loud music. The police came. I called the police because I got to sleep.
1:30 in the morning?
1:30 in the morning. And I think they have a police scanner because once the cops come, they all scramble out.
Everything,
All
that
right.
seems very
minute.
inconsistent with the,
No,
Okay,
I think,
okay.
well,
we'll get to it.
Mr. Avertine, you'll have the opportunity to
All right,
It's
respond.
my fault, it wasn't
All
in
right.
my house.
March 19th at 6 o'clock, again, I come home, there was women downstairs and a bunch of children just running around outside, and I just want to go home and relax. That's my problem with the kids is they're great kids. I'm sure they're nice, they're lovely, but at 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:30 on a Saturday, when I want to sleep late, I'm done working, I can't. The kids are running around, my son is getting grumpy, he's going to turn 16. He might get agitated and say something stupid also. He's just trying to sleep. The 184 people that approved for them, I'm sure, but they don't live in the neighborhood, so they don't see what's going on in that block at all. They have no consideration for the families living on that block. I don't think that increases my property value, and the cones for parking I put up myself. No one bought me cones and put cones in front of my house. I put those cones myself, which a few been broken because they ran them over once a few people parked there. So my issue is the noise. I'm just trying to rest on Saturday. Coming home on Friday, I want to relax. I don't want to hear people. I moved from Queens for a reason. I've done that my whole life. I've done that.
Thank you. Anyone else? We have some other people.
Holly Magaloff. We live at 914 Longacre Avenue in North Woodmere.
Everyone's already
Peter
been sworn in.
Makaloff,
Please.
914 Longacre Avenue, which is around the corner from the temple.
Okay.
What's the last name? I'm sorry.
So,
What's your last name again? I'm sorry.
Magaloff.
Makalov.
Okay, go ahead.
So we are directly behind, or almost directly behind, the temple.
Right.
And I heard the rabbi speak, I heard the attorney speak, I heard the cantor speak. They paint a very sweet picture of a very sweet, small family congregation. But the truth is, there was nothing said about the way this is affecting the community, because there hasn't been any regard for the community. There was even an implication that the community, the surrounding community, who are not members, are not Jews, and that's not true because we are Jewish. But this all seems a little bit too little too late. I don't understand why these requests and variances are being made now when everything was being built. The hammering started 7 o'clock in the morning 4 years ago. We had no idea what was happening until I ended up looking through my kitchen window and seeing an exit sign. And I said, oh, that house must be a temple now. And the next thing I know, there is a gigantic 2-story deck with people watching me while I'm in my backyard, and members of the shul traipsing through my yard, trespassing, while I'm sitting in my yard having a cup of coffee and reading a book. And it happened more than once. So this has been very intrusive, a tremendous invasion of privacy.
I'd like to interrupt there a second. If my wife could just tell one quick story about an intruder, and it's remarkable
Well,
what happened.
I just alluded to it. It was,
little more specific.
I think it was
One at
last
a time,
summer.
please.
Last summer,
One
I
at a
was
time.
sitting in my yard, as I do in the summer, on my lovely backyard furniture, which I enjoy very much and wait all year to use, and I'm engrossed in my book. Honestly, I was in pajamas, drinking a cup of coffee, and I look up and there's a man in my yard. And he wants to cut across through my bushes. At that time, I had privet hedges, lovely privet hedges, because I never wanted to fence in my yard because I like greenery. We've been in that community for over 30 years, and I've never had an issue. I've never had a trespasser. I've never had a problem. And all of a sudden, I have people in my yard, and as I say, it happened more than once. But one particular morning, I look up, and there is a man in my yard, dressed for temple, and says, "Can I cut across?" And my husband later told me that it had happened before, and he never mentioned it to me because he knew I would get crazy. But this time, he was busted, because I looked up, and there he was.
He claimed that he hurt his knee, and he couldn't walk around.
All he had to do was walk around the corner. I mean, these are the suburbs. This is not Lexington Avenue. This is the middle of a residential block in a lovely neighborhood. This is not a corner. This is not Hungry Harbor Road. I mean, this is a major problem. And as I said, Kodesh may try and paint a sweet little picture, but we, the community, who are not members of the temple, are being directly affected. And I have photos of this massive deck which was built. We actually ended up having to hire a landscaper to cut down our landscaping and put up a fence to keep intruders out, because
Hold on, would you like to show us those photos?
Absolutely, I
Okay,
will.
so what you're gonna do
You
first
want to
is give
show
Mr.
them
Avert.
to Mr. Avertine first, please?
Did you take the photos?
Yes, I took the photos.
They fairly,
I don't
Fairly
have them
inaccurate.
printed.
No.
They're on my phone. They
Can't
can be
accept them.
printed.
We do, madam, the applicant submitted photographs of the deck. We can see the size.
Well, but you
We can't
see,
look
you
at the
can't
phone
see it
'cause
from
we
the
have to keep it.
perspective of my
Well, we
yard.
can't accept your phone
we
in
can't look at
evidence.
evidence unless it can stay in the
Well,
file.
if you could give me some information as to where I could send it, I can have it printed and sent or emailed
Want
or...
email it to you?
Christina,
Okay, well, I was not aware that, you know,
could
I
you
should print them.
show,
She'll give you the email address.
could you show these photos to the objectant?
Yes, but as I said, that's not from the perspective, this is my fence. Okay. Okay. You can do it.
Can I continue?
Yeah, please do.
One at a time.
You know, earlier, when the rabbi spoke, he mentioned that he got permission from my neighbor regarding having the women walk through his path to the mikveh. I'm very close to my neighbor, and this is what he told me. He said that he got permission from the rabbi when my neighbor asked the rabbi, "Would you pay for my landscaping?" And the rabbi said yes. "Would you pay for my shrubbery?" And the rabbi said yes. "Would you pay for my snow removal in the winter months?" And the rabbi said yes. That's one of the reasons. I'm not saying it's the only reason. But that's one of the reasons why my neighbor,
Have such a good relationship.
why my neighbor agreed to have the women walk to the mikveh from his house. That was never mentioned before.
Okay, thank you.
That wouldn't be mentioned.
We can ask the rabbi right now if he's still under oath, if he's paying for my neighbor's services.
Point is, they have permission. Point is, they have permission, whether or not it's paid for.
Can you please acknowledge what I
That-
just said?
That goes towards the greed of the neighbor. I don't think it goes towards.
I didn't hear you.
Pardon?
I didn't hear the whole thing.
I'm sorry. I don't think the motivation of the neighbor is an issue.
The other thing, one last thing I want to mention is that
Go right
the
ahead.
gentleman that spoke earlier, right before Holly and I, because again, we live in the community. With all due respect, you guys don't, and the majority of the people here do not live on Longacre Avenue or on Golf Drive.
I live in the neighborhood, but
We actually live there, and when he claimed about the loudness and the parties and the 1:30 and all of that, I heard it as well. I didn't call the police, but he absolutely told the truth.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Anything else?
Okay. Is there
Anyone else?
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Ballyram.
Well, let me just see if there was anything else I
Oh, wait a
wanted to
minute.
address. They got their turn, so.
If you don't mind, we checked her notes.
What are we doing here?
Thank you.
Christina?
I'd like to know, since, you know, there are people that raise objections, and considering that this building is already standing and has been standing for quite some time, what happens now?
Well, we have to look at all the evidence and all the testimony. We'll deliberate and decide what the board deems appropriate.
And if you find that, you know, it's in violation or you don't want to grant the request, what happens? I mean,
Because it's already built, are they going to take a
it's
wrecking
already
ball?
there.
Well,
And it seems to be an ongoing process. I mean,
it
not long ago, they were
would
still
greatly
making
depend,
finishing
and
touches.
we're not in a position to tell you even what we are going to decide, because we don't know yet.
Right.
And then to speculate about what thereafter happens.
But aren't these requests usually made ahead of time, not once a building is already, has been erected and built?
That's what the statute envisions, but by state law, we're not allowed to consider that. If the case is one we would have granted, we should do so. If it's one we wouldn't have granted, we should do so. Theory is that it's better that people eventually come and legalize it so they can be structurally sound, safe, and all that. So as much as it's kind of offensive to a lot of people that people do it without permission, then they come and ask, at the end of the day, we make a decision on the merits,
Of
as
the
if it weren't yet built.
Yeah.
We're required to.
Not allowed to preclude an approval predicated upon the fact that they might have taken things into their own hand. State law prohibits that. State law prohibits us from discriminating based on whether or not the improvements were made prior to or after they're coming before the board. State law.
I
Okay.
just want to put on the record that we've been at our home for 35 years. We've been there since 1988. And think about if you were in your backyard, reading a book or listening to music, and you look up to the right a little bit, and there's this huge deck, and there's about 10 or 12 men staring down at us, and they're all waving at us.
Having services or events or weddings, well, we're just trying to relax and enjoy our yard. I mean, like the person who spoke before us, we moved out of apartments in Brooklyn to the suburbs. This is the suburbs, and we shouldn't have to deal with this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Balleram, I assume, since you're the only other person signed in opposition.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Community Board, my fellow neighbors. My name is Rudy Balleram. I own the property located at 764 Gulf Drive. I am directly across from the property in question. I purchased my home with my wife in 2009. I am considered an expert in matters of mortgages, tax law, with regards to property taxes, because I represented Citibank as a home lender and expert in many diverse communities. Now, I also represent my uncle, Ishwar Hari Prasad, who owns 767 Gulf Drive, who also put in a letter of opposition. I'm glad this hearing is today because I grew up in Queens with the firm understanding is disrespect's not tolerated. You do not disrespect the laws, you do not respect building code, and you do not respect the people who are there before you. This is the first time the gentleman that said that he is a trustee and member of J.W. Kodesh that I have ever seen him. These members at the table have perjured themselves in front of you with their statements, and I will give you time, date, and fact of everything because I knew this date was coming.
I'll note my objection, please,
Thank
to
you.
that character.
Perjury is a legal conclusion.
Well, I'm going to explain where they perjured
Just tell
themselves.
us some facts, but don't make legal conclusions.
In 2020, to quote their statement,
Wait, say that again,
in 2020, what they had done was immediately start using the structure as a house of worship. They violated the Nassau County, New York State order to not congregate. They started this construction.
Wait, are you
work-
referring to a COVID?
They
So
they
not
started during-
congregate, you mean one of the COVID rules?
the COVID rules, okay? This property was purchased as a residential dwelling. It was always a residential dwelling. If you look at the property permits, what little permits they filed, it was for residential dwelling. Even as recent as this week, they are using the town of Hempstead garbage collection to pick up the garbage every single week. Now, with that statement, these are the merits of where the issues are. My neighbor, Joseph Lasso, did not describe with this structure that is impeding upon his property, and they're asking for a variance of the 20 feet on either side. Because they built this structure and the shed, the water is permeating every time it rains over into his property, flooding his backyard, and then coming into the street.
Hold on, which structures? So there was a house, they did a
There-
lot of,
Yes, ma'am.
they did a lot of interior renovations. They added this deck, and the mikvah, I'm not clear on if that was
Okay, so-
hold on. So when you say they built, I assume you're referring to external expansions.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
can you just, in easy fashion, it's the deck, what else is it that you're
Okay,
talking
so
about, external
They
expansions?
built a rear extension on the original house.
Is that the mikvah?
That they called it, that, oh, they were just making an extension of a kitchen or a living space. Okay? That was the extension that they put. They had a vacate order as well as a stop work order on this property multiple times. Okay? So there's statements about that, oh, they're going to ask for forgiveness. Okay? The town of Hempstead issued them a vacate and stop work order. It is in the public record multiple times. They built this extension. They then finished off the top of the extension, this work going on almost 7 days a week. They had contractors there, okay? If Mr. Lasso shows you his ring video for the past 12 months, they will show clear evidence that they've been constantly doing capital improvements to this property, interior and exterior, okay, which severely impede the neighbors in front and in back because, one, parking, 90% of what they said is untruths. On March 9th, Saturday, March 9th, there was a FEMA flood warning. FEMA is the Federal Emergency Management Agency's ruling. So what Mr. Baum said isn't true. FEMA makes the flood maps. That's who makes the flood map. Okay? Now, there is a severe flooding problem in North Woodmere. They've exacerbated that flooding because what's happening now, they took away the amount of green space on this property where water could permeate down into the ground. My house and my uncle's house and Joseph's house is right in front of both flood drains. Both storm drains are in front of our house. Since they started this illegal, unauthorized construction for that expansion on the back, as well as to put that awning, the water flow coming off of it has come into the street. It is flooded into my house 3 occasions. And I've stated all of these issues. But on that Saturday, March 9th, I actually spoke to this man sitting right here because I was upset that, you know what, your parishioners are parking in front of my house for 2-3 days at a time consistently. And I've spoken to them about it more than once. I told them, don't disrespect the neighbors, okay? We won't have a problem with you. But it is blatant and overt disparate treatment and disrespect of the people that live around, because on Joseph's property, he's the last person to call the police. And the music was so loud. I am in my house across the street, and I'm hearing, when I confronted that same gentleman there, okay, that same gentleman, I told him, you know, the previous owner said that they were going to soundproof this property, put blackout windows on it, so it would not affect the neighbors. I invite you to look at some of the video he has, and I can even send you some of the live video that I've recorded, showing you what it is that they do consistently. It isn't just last week. It isn't just the week before. It's been consistently since 2020 that they've been doing this. And to correct them, on average, on a Friday night, on a Friday afternoon, there's well over 100 people that come in and out of that place. And then on a Saturday, one day I literally sat in front of my window with a clicker, 223 people on a Saturday went in and out the structure, mostly men, some men, women, and children. So most of the statements that they said about use and occupancy is untrue. Most of what they've said about the disparate impact upon the neighbors, Joseph can show you, I can show you, okay? We can all show you video. My neighbor who lives behind, they can also show you all of the things that since this institution, which they never spoke to any of us prior to this. My mother always told me, forget that nonsense. It's better to ask for, permission than forgiveness, or forgiveness, or rather, she said, always get permission first, because guess what? Every decision has a consequence, good or bad. Now, if you look, even if you subpoena their construction records, there's a lot of work that was done without permit, that was done by all unlicensed and unauthorized contractors. And this is held in an LLC right now. That means it's being used as a commercial dwelling. But yet, if you look at the property tax record, why is it still showing residential dwelling? The second they converted it to an LLC, it was supposed to go to commercial property taxes. Why are they using the town of Hempstead resources for a private club and a private organization? I said all of this to them more than once. Now, I have no bias, prejudice against race, creed, color, or anything. But if you're showing the people who worked hard, raise a family, pay their taxes, and have been there before you, if you're showing them disrespect in every single, and I'm going to correct a misstatement that they meant, every single morning, okay? My wife gets up, goes to work at 5:30, I'm up. By 6:30, 7 a.m., I can tell you there's 60 to 70 cars that come in on the block, park up on the whole street, and then half an hour, 45 minutes, they leave. Now, mind you, the school buses have a problem getting down the street when they do that. And you know what? There's more than enough people that do it. But the biggest issue that I have with all of this is that they're saying it's a little house. It isn't a little house. Okay? If you look at the improved square footage of what they did to this property, it's a huge extension on the back. It's a huge covered porch that they put, that they can look straight into the neighbor's backyard. Okay? She could be in her bathrobe, and these gentlemen can walk out there. But I'm going to point out another thing that happens that I spoke to this same gentleman sitting there about a homeless vagrant who they gave the codes to the building, and he sleeps in the building at times. He is parked on the block overnight. Okay? He makes the young girls around there nervous because he sits there and he'll stare at them. I've spoken about this multiple times. They're still allowing these things. All of this is matter of fact. I can show proof of every single thing I've stated. So why don't the same rules that apply to myself, my neighbors, the other residents of Nassau County and Town apply to them? That's what I don't understand, because I called the police several times. I called the Department of Health. And yes, many of the congregants are part of the volunteer ambulance corps, and they have police scanners. The second someone calls the police, they scatter like mice. This is what happens. It's not just me saying it. My neighbors will say it. There's proof of this. So my clear objection is, if they cannot restore this house, this property, back to a single-family residential dwelling, please take every action to shut it down, okay, and issue a vacate order immediately. So this way, until the board reaches a formal decision, they cannot keep abusing the people who live on the block. Most of the people that spoke, they don't live on the block. I live on the block. You know who cleans out the storm drains when they get flooded? I do. You know who cleans the snow on the whole block to accommodate my neighbors? Joseph will tell you. 10 other neighbors on the block will tell you. I do. I will literally take a plow truck and just clean the street just because I accommodate my neighbors. We don't show them overt disrespect the way they have us. They do. Even the sign that the town put up that clearly says, "Do not remove," they removed it. They're saying, "Oh, the landscaper did it." You know what? It was their legal obligation to make sure the sign wasn't touched, because that's what the building ordinance department told me. And if you go by the property now it's showing up against the house. So that's what I'm saying. They do not abide by the rules. They do not abide by the laws. They do not respect anyone who lives around there. And the parking situation, you know, I grew up in Queens. Parking was always a problem in Queens. But here's where my issue comes in. They've parked into my driveway. They've left their car there for 2-3 days, so my landscapers couldn't clear out the storm drain and in front of the house to make sure we don't get flooded. It is a nuisance because of their behavior and their disrespect. If they want to have quiet worship, let them follow the building code with sound dampening and everything. Let them park up the street like everybody else who goes to the other synagogues. And as for the impeding in backyard space, I'm going to tell you a funny thing that happened. So I work in Queens. I come home all different hours. So one night I'm coming home around 10 o'clock, and I see that same guy who's homeless driving a blue Chevy Traverse peeing against the neighbor's tree. And that's when I said, you know what, if they're not going to do something about it, I'm going to do something about it. And I called the police came, and this is what he told them. He said, "Oh, I'm a fellow member of the synagogue there, I go there, I'm sick, and I had to relieve myself because I couldn't get inside." Is this why we pay the taxes we do as homeowners? No. Is this why we follow the rules? To make sure that we as homeowners, if we're going to do something, that we get a proper permit? None of that was done here. And if you look at the records from when this house was purchased in 2019 to their ownership in 2020, you're going to see that everything in the records is inconsistent with 90% of what they've said. And that's why today I'm grateful that you gave us, the people who live there and are vehemently affected by this. They're infringing upon our religious beliefs. I get up every 5:30 in the morning and I meditate. And when I do that for 2 hours, and then on Saturday morning, I am hearing this ruckus. I cannot tell you how many times there's been coffee cups lining the street, that it's Joseph's landscaper, my landscaper, my uncle's landscaper. We wind up cleaning up the mess. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate everyone in the room's time. No one should blatantly disregard the rules of the county. They shouldn't disregard the people around you, and they shouldn't disrespect the beliefs of other people. I thank you all for your time and this opportunity. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Avertine, would you like to respond and sum up?
Surely, surely. As the board is aware, the legal standard in New York regarding religious uses acknowledges that they provide a valid and essential service to the community, and that the religious use is to be accommodated with the imposition of reasonable conditions. I think we've all heard what the folks have had to say, and I will discuss with my client. I already have a little bit in the context of listening to the comments. For instance, as far as the Mr. Lazo's statements about people going to the wrong place, we can deal with that with maybe some discrete signage or some way of ensuring that that doesn't happen. The noise issues they're going to have to deal with. What I recommended to them is that they reach out to the folks who are here and others on the block who want to be involved to discuss how their concerns can be addressed so that they don't experience any inconveniences. From what I understand, the late evening noise issue might have been related to, it was recently the holiday of Purim, and there was a Purim festival. But again, I think that there needs to be some additional sensitivity to noise, and clearly that needs to be addressed and will be addressed. I think everything that the applicant's representatives have said here are sincere, and for whatever reason, maybe there hasn't been good communication between the representatives of the shul and the surrounding neighbors. That needs to improve and improve quickly, and establish, for instance, I knew there was a question about the draining. I spoke to the synagogue president and said, have it checked out. If you need dry wells, whatever you need, take care of it. You know, if that's actually happening, have it evaluated and correct it if your water is running off your property. Similarly with the noise, if there's some soundproofing that is needed or some modification in the way that things are done, that needs to be addressed as well. And so all of these things can and will be addressed through community outreach with the folks who have spoken here today and others who wish to participate, as I indicated, and have an open line of communication. Hopefully, I know there's frustration here and there seems to be a level of anger. Hopefully they will be willing to work with the applicant and their representatives to attempt to address these things so that everybody can live in peace and harmony, because that's what's needed here. And so that's how we're going to approach this. And again, all against the backdrop that this is a use that is recognized as permitted, subject to conditions. And so with that in mind, the outreach is crucial, and addressing these points which have been raised. Now and again, you know, everybody speaks and maybe there's some amplification of things, whatever it may be. People trespassing on other people's property, that should not be tolerated and can't be tolerated, and that needs to be addressed. All of those types of issues are issues that can and will be addressed. So, yes, sure.
No, Mr. Avertine, we're not going to have any additional dialogue. You are asked to sum up. You've summed up. We're not going to listen to any other.
That's
People
fine.
had their chance.
Understood.
Okay.
Only in rebuttal, but that's fine.
All right. Anything else,
Nothing
Mr.
further.
Avertine?
No.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all for coming. Have a safe home. We do value your input.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay? Pardon? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break to allow the court reporter to flex her fingers, extremities. See, you're lucky you're getting off this board. You're lucky you're getting off this because every time.
Anybody who's on a cell phone is gonna get called last.
It's called Conroe. It was up in 1976, I thought. 2 or 6. It's good. It's old-fashioned kind, but it's...
Yeah. Yeah, no.
You're kidding us. Listen, like, instead of like $30 for 8 summer.
Okay.
It's like
Next, we're going to second call case 214 Near Valley Stream, Sadak Ali. Variance exceeds number of stories, constructs third story to dwelling, also known as 843 Flanders Drive.
Could you approach, please?
So we're here, so the plans we have, council said that you now believe those are the accurate plans.
They don't. Here's your problem.
Or an addition to the first story. Now, and your argument is it's not a first story because it's in FEMA zone. Or no? No, I accept that. Okay,
What-
so is this in FEMA zone?
It is, but it's not worsening the flooding.
No,
But
okay.
here's our problem. When we have a third story, for the most part, we don't have third stories. But usually, in a FEMA zone,
FEMA zone, we do.
they'll come and say, it's not a three-story, because in a FEMA zone, we can have 1 year of non-usable space and 2
It's a
usable
FEMA
lots.
too.
Okay, and so it's really a two-story of usable space. If that's the argument you're making, I don't even see how we can analyze it if we don't have plans with our elevation. I've been here 19 years, I don't even know what I would do.
Yeah.
Further, to be perfectly honest, I don't understand how the zoning
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
they'd like to have the case adjourned to
We're
May
gonna-
22nd at
We're going
11
to
a.m.
recall, we're going to recall case 214 of 2024. All right, you're going to request an adjournment? Okay. To May 22nd, 2 p.m.?
11.
11 a.m. Is that correct? All right. There's someone here in opposition on this case, or did they leave?
What's the name?
Peretz?
You no longer here?
Well, let's make sure. Send a letter.
Does your client happen to know this individual? What's the address? Nearby, what's the, is it, how close the subject, can you tell by the address?
That's right around the corner from the last hearing.
Okay. 11 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have case 21824, Inwood, Yakov Ludmir and Yafa Gendov. Variances, front yard average setback, lot area occupied, height, number of stories, construct 3-story dwelling with garage, terrace, and greenhouses. Existing dwelling to be demolished, also known as 10 Beekman Street. State your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Shmuel Flaum, residing at 194 Wanzer Avenue, Inwood, New York, 11096. I'm here as the architect applicant on behalf of the owner.
Yakov Ludmir, 10 Beekman Street, Inwood, New York, 11096, applicant.
Good afternoon. We are here today before you seeking variances in conjunction with an alteration addition to an existing single-family dwelling. The existing dwelling currently is in a flood zone. It is non-compliant as it currently is designed. The Ludmirs moved in here a few years ago. They've had several children at the residence. From the time they moved in, the house is inadequate for their current needs, possibly also future needs, but the house is not large enough. They're looking to do an alteration addition to allow them to continue to grow their family in this residence. The house, in order to become enlarged, would require FEMA compliance. As such, it would have to abandon the lowest level. Sorry, your question? Oh, they would have to abandon the lowest level, which would become primarily just a garage and crawl space, and build a first and second story on top of that existing lowest level. So the 2 stories is, as of right, the reason why we're seeking variance is for the rooftop, where the client currently has a very, very nice hobby of being a green thumb. He grows lots of vegetables and fruits on the property. He's looking to continue to do that at a rooftop area in greenhouses. So that is one of the...
So, when you say the 2 stories are as of right, you're not including FEMA. You're saying FEMA plus the next 2 are as of right. And is the greenhouse level an additional level?
It's on the roof of the upper 2 floors. It's not a whole greenhouse on the entire, but it's a portion will have a greenhouse on it.
Did the building department consider that a story?
I think they did.
Okay, so the 3-story proposal is FEMA plus what the building department calls 1, 2, 3 more levels.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Continuing with the presentation, so the variances that are being sought are front yard setback, where the average front yard on this property is 26.4. The existing is 25.7, which is non-compliant. We're proposing 20 feet 11 to the new portion that's being enlarged. Just bear in mind, that's only to the covered porch that's being proposed. To the actual dwelling, we have 24 foot 11 proposed, where there currently is 25.7, so not much more forward than it currently is. The rear yard is required to be 25 feet. The existing house is 22 foot 3.5 inches, which is existing non-complying. We're keeping that same setback of 22 foot 3.5 so as not to encroach into the rear yard any further. The side yards, we're not seeking any variances, and last but not least, we're seeking the variance for building area coverage. We're on the lot, you're allowed to have 27.5%. The existing is currently at 31.7%, and the proposed is 34.1%, inclusive of the proposed deck at the rear of the first floor. Inclusive, sorry. So, aside from the front yard and the existing rear yard, which is non-compliant, and the building area, as discussed, it's the building height being sought for variance. Just to bring to your attention, if you take a look at the elevations, which you can find on page A200 and A201, the structure itself to the roof is compliant with a height of 26 foot 6. It's just the greenhouse ridges, which are at that third story, which are seeking a height variance of 33 foot 6 inches to the peak of the greenhouses, but the house itself is under the required height. There is a roof plan on page A103. For your viewing, if you want to see what the greenhouses would look like on that roof plan. Page 6 of 9. Yes, there is a height variance related to that third story, which is the terrace. No, the height of the actual house, of the house without the greenhouses, complies. If you want to take a look at the elevations, it'll become clear. I don't know. We're proposing 33 foot 6, where you're allowed 30, which is a ridge height of 44 foot 6. Does the board, any of the board members have any questions or need any clarifications? We're happy to answer them. No, there's no elevator. It's just stairs going to a vestibule to give access to the roof. And because it's in a flood zone, we can't have mechanicals in the lowest level. They have to be elevated.
Is there a reason that the greenhouses couldn't be on the, you're occupying, you proposed 34. Is there a reason they can't be on the ground with the other, 60% of the?
Right, that's a good question. So the homeowners currently have, the backyard that they use for the planting, but they have had an increase in children who use the backyard for play area, and if they had the greenhouses there, it would take away from the space that their kids have to play with in the backyard. I'm happy that the homeowner just explained what he grows in his greenhouses and why it's important to him. I'm not such a green thumb to know about how much sunlight is or isn't needed, but I'm assuming it also has to do with that. Currently, it's a one-story. It would be almost 3 stories because it's in the flood zone. I'm sure it has also to do with, you know,
Right, but I already looked at it, if the directional is correct, the biggest green area is on the, let's see, it would be the south, east corner, so rising east, you basically would get sun the whole day if you want, if you.
Well, the stories of the house would block the westward sun in the afternoon, meaning,
Put it in the back corner?
she's saying.
right, I guess, meaning,
So if you put it in that corner. Wouldn't that
But you
trigger
limit this-
another variance for an accessory structure in the rear yard?
Well, do you already have an accessory structure? I don't see one. I don't suppose if it was under 9 feet high, 144 square feet, and less than 12 by 12, like, you know, shed parameters. And if you set it, you're not on a corner, right? So you set it 1.5 foot back, you know.
No, it's 2 feet and 2 feet, but that's for a shed specifically. Greenhouse would probably come in for you for another variance.
I guess it depends on the size.
Right, I think even for the use, because a greenhouse is not a permitted structure as accessory to a house.
You wouldn't just fall under the shed parameters, huh? No. Okay. Then-
If that was needed, we could happily do that. He figured he would save space. He's building the house anyway.
it's more exposed to sun and it's safe space. It's for the
Yeah,
yard.
even if it needs a variance, that's a way less cumbersome a variance than a 4th story.
100%. So what they're saying, can I just speak to the homeowner for a
Go
second?
right ahead.
So they want to take greenhouses off and put
520.
what?
It's really,
Because they're saying you have a backyard, you could put it in. And
like, the space-wise, it wouldn't, I mean, the amount of space I get in the greenhouse on the roof is much more. I mean, I get we're talking about 130 square feet maybe again, versus, almost 600 square feet plus.
So I think we have to increase that. The amount of stuff that you currently grow would not be large enough to grow in that area because of it being on the backyard. So maybe it's walkways and you can't hear any part in this yard back here. There's nowhere to place to really.
How big is that greenhouse?
Sorry?
What are the dimensions of the greenhouse?
Oh, sorry, the greenhouse sizes are, so there's 2 different greenhouses. One's 204 square feet and the other one's 215 square feet.
What's the height?
The height of each one to the peak is 11 feet. They're 11 feet tall, but they slope, so it's only at the ridge they're 11
And what are
feet.
they made out of?
Glass.
Glass,
The whole thing is glass.
yeah.
Well, it's glass with aluminum framing, probably holding the glass in place.
I mean, the amount of space I can get on the roof is a lot more than if I would put it in the backyard, and then my kids, they always they want to play, they want to have space to play.
Well, how
And-
about 4 weeks? 4 weeks?
They like baseball and throwing balls.
Oh, bad mix.
Do you grow is you hobby grow, or is that what it is?
I hobby grow. I grow citron trees. I have a few different varieties. They only grow in a greenhouse, and I take them out in the summer. Olive trees. I also have a lot of vegetables that I grow in the greenhouse in the winter, and I move it in. I take them out in the summer. It's hobby grown, yeah.
Yeah, it's for the garage.
Go ahead. Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move then that hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Mr. Flum, you and your client will be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Whoops.
I apologize. Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my motion.
Ma'am, step up.
I apologize, I didn't realize you were here.
Campbell.
Where's my radius?
Hi, good afternoon.
Swear her in.
Will you tap that microphone to make sure it's on? Oh, it's not. This is the radius.
Yeah. Now it is.
Look at him, a 200-foot radius, there's only that many lots.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Or rather, good evening now. My name is Phyllis Campbell.
It's not a
Yeah, my name is Phyllis Campbell, and I live right next door to Mr. Yakov. He's been a neighbor of ours for a few years, and we have enjoyed having him there with his family. However, we live on a dead-end street, off a dead-end street, and we have problems with flooding. So I just have some questions as to how this construction would affect our house, since we're the last one on the block, and we get most of the flooding when it occurs. Questions about more soil removal that may put us at risk. So, that's one of the questions that we have about that. I want him to have his home for his family. They're quite nice, very nice. They share their vegetables with us too. So it's not,
You want to ask the architect? You want to
right.
tell about?
So it's a good question. One of the things that we are very sensitive about in the design is that we're trying to minimize the increase in lot coverage. As I mentioned in the presentation, the existing house is already 1,904 square feet in terms of coverage. We're proposing 2,048 with the deck. So the house is actually smaller than what's currently there in terms of footprint. The deck is porous. So we're actually making the house slightly smaller in lot coverage, although the total coverage is larger with the deck. Does that make sense?
The footprint on the ground is a little bit smaller, but it's going to be much larger going.
much larger. Okay, so the height doesn't bother us because we get the sun before it gets to
Other side,
him.
right.
Right, it's the people on the other hand, but they're not here, so it doesn't concern them, I guess. Another thing is, we want to make sure, it seems that he's going to be living there with his family. It's going to be owner occupied, which is great, because we do have a lot of, parking issues currently on the block. That house currently was built by the same people who built the house that we live in right next door to him. And what we found out when we tried to use New York Rising to lift our house, that we ran into asbestos problems. So the house is currently covered in stucco, which ours is also, but we have siding over ours. But some of that material possibly may have asbestos, and we want to make sure that this is properly remediated so it doesn't affect us, since we will be there right through the construction. I'm a nurse, I work from home, so I'm there all the time. So I just want to make sure that that will be taken care of.
Okay, stupid question. How do you work from home as a nurse? Do you like to
I'm a case manager.
Okay. I figured it was something like that.
So, Mr. Flom, does your client, that they're going to have to put dry wells on the property to mitigate the water?
I think the building department, there is actually no requirement for dry wells, but in a flood zone, those would sort of be purposeless because the water table is so high, there's nowhere for the water to percolate down to.
Good point.
But that being said, we're not increasing the footprint of the building that's currently there. We're actually decreasing it slightly. So there'd be a net gain actually rather than a net loss. What I always tell my clients is if during the construction and or after construction you see there's water pooling on site, it may make sense to put it in a gravel pit, but usually we do that at the end of construction unless we have a limitation of access to the site. There should be plenty of access to the rear to put in any sort of drainage after the construction is done. But again, I'm not there to supervise whether there is or isn't flooding on his property, but he can let me know, and we can design dry well or storage accordingly for any runoff that does pool. So we have no problem accommodating that if need be.
So I want to give you a little history of Beekman Street. I've lived there for 28 years, and when Sandy came, it was a game changer. We have a 4-foot crawl space under our house that filled up and came up 2 feet in the house. So that's the kind of water we got during Sandy. The house next door to Mr. Jacob right now, they dug out the crawl space that they had and turned it into an apartment. Down came the water, down the block to my house. And my crawl space, a few weeks ago, we had a bad rain. The crawl space was like half filled with water.
You're gonna have another one this
So,
week.
They dug it out.
that's my concern.
Yeah.
Understood.
There should not be an apartment in a crawl space, just so you know.
That I reported it when it was being done to the town of Hempstead. I reported it. I wrote a letter. Nothing was done. It exists. 12 Beekman Street.
Going back to the point that she brought up with regard to the drainage, again, the house is not going to be any larger in footprint than it currently is.
Right.
So we're not going to create any new runoff. And if there is any water pooling or any excess stormwater that is sitting on the site, I'm sure Mr. Littlemere and I will come to a amicable design for any water retainage on site that can be accommodated.
Don't you have to put in a fair amount of, do you have to put in like French drains or dry wells? for the
French drain
runoffs?
doesn't help.
For the runoffs, like the dry
No, no,
wells?
that's gutters and leaders would be going to any sort of containment area.
Right.
But that, every house has gutters and leaders. The
No,
question
but I'm
is,
just saying, as part of making the house quite a bit larger, even though the footprint's the same, I'm sure that building department, the engineering, et cetera, they'll have you comply with multiple, they'll address those issues, right?
if there are any issues, they address them all
So I
during
think
the,
that even the construction parameters require a lot of things as it relates to throwing off the water and fair
correct,
use.
correct.
allow it
Any
to divert.
requirements,
Right. I just
any
wanted to know
requirements,
that-
building department will take care of during the construction document review and approval process.
The storm drain ends at my house.
The storms drain at your house, like that's where the water
It
goes?
ends. Where the storm drained, that's how we got flooded during Sandy. Oh, when that water came in, there was nowhere else for it to go because we are when you look into the storm drain, it goes one way, the other side is just blocked off. We are at the end of the storm drain.
As part of this approval process, if they are approved, in building any house, we have a special department in town that specifically addresses what needs to be done to make sure drainage is properly done all the way through in every case.
Okay.
So that will be, it's just as a matter of right, it's a part of the process. It's not like if there's a problem, they come out. They have designs that they have to comply with if they're approved.
Okay. One of the things that we did was when we bought the house 28 years ago, we dug out, we made containment areas with gravel and stones surrounding the property.
Good.
To kind of help, prevent the flooding. It doesn't help when you get a Sandy, but
Right.
at least for regular
Nothing
rain, that would be
helps.
helpful.
Nothing
Okay.
helps when you get
And I do like my neighbor, he's very nice.
I'm sure if you have any other questions, you'll be around, right? Is this your last case today?
My last case today,
Okay,
but
so-
I live locally and I can
And
always.
if you want to ask, when you leave in the hallway, you guys can always use that if she has another question or two.
100%.
Give her your phone number.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Flammer,
Done?
you finished?
I just wanted to say that Hurricane Sandy is a 1-in-100-year storm. It's an anomaly in terms of water rising and falling. So I feel very sympathetic for her in the sense that she's at the end of what is a town drainage area, and so the water probably did rise faster by her than other people, but ultimately that has nothing to do with my client's property per se. He's on the same block, so after she gets hit, he'll get hit next. But hopefully he'll be elevated and won't have any issues.
Look, that's very comforting. That concludes your presentation, I think.
Concludes my presentation.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed and that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who's signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, yes, yes.
Just at least so she has your number if she has any further questions.
Thank you.
Next, we have case 21924 through 22024, Point Lookout, William Dowsher. Variances, lot area occupied, side yards aggregate, rear yard, maintain one-story addition attached to dwelling, maintain outdoor shower enclosure, 6 foot 8 inches to 7 foot 10 inches high attached to garage, also known as 114 Inwood Avenue.
How many children? Those guys, nobody asked, they didn't ask how many children.
Michelle Cozzolino, 312 Ellington Avenue East, Garden City, New York, 11530. I am the agent for Mr. William Daukshire of 114 Inwood Avenue in Point Lookout, also known as Section 61, Block 56, Lot 13. Subject property is located in a residential B zone, east side of Inwood Avenue, 260 feet south of Beach Street. My client is requesting relief to legalize a one-story rear addition that was actually installed back in the 1970s and a PVC fencing shower enclosure that was installed in 2022. The owner of the house has maintained ownership of the property for the past 30-plus years, which was passed down to him from his parents. The Daukshires have had longevity in the neighborhood of Point Lookout since 1937, which is when the original dwelling and garage were permitted and built with a lot coverage of 51.1%. Mr. Daukshire was unfortunately unaware that replacing windows, direct replacement of a kitchen, and some small minor repairs to the house would have needed building permits, thus leading us here to legalize the two items that we are here in front of the board for. I just would like to point out to the board that Mr. Daukshire was kind enough to keep the structure exactly as originally was from the day it was built to today. I would also like to submit in some photographs, if possible.
You took them? You took the photographs?
I did.
When?
This is going back July of last year, of 2023, and I also have a photo off of my Nassau County, myproperty.com, which was taken in in the year 2000.
They fairly and accurately depict what they purport to?
I'm sorry?
They fairly and accurately depict what they purport to depict?
1,000%, yes.
Yep. Okay, we'll accept them in evidence.
Is the garage still being used as a garage?
It looks
Yes.
like it.
And the single-story addition that you're here for today is the one in the back?
Correct. It's a 12-foot-6 by 12-foot-6 square addition to the rear. It's approximately 156 square feet.
Wait, you said 12?
12-foot-6 by 12-foot-6.
It looks like it's 1016 on, maybe that's a setback. Do you see the number 1016 and then 10.28 and 10.01?
Is that on the plan or the site plan?
Site plan.
Okay. Oh, that's the elevation. 10.16 in that corner is the elevation in that corner of the house. It doesn't have it listed on there. It's on the plans, but it's not on the site plan.
Right.
The dimensions.
Take a peek at those.
But externally, on both ends, depth and width, it's 12-foot-6.
So on that, so for that, you need side yard aggregate, and rear yard, right?
Correct.
Lot area occupied. So the side yard that you need it for is the 4 points, is that the side yard there?
That is the existing side yard that was there when the house was built, and that's still currently there, the 4.6.
But that's the one you're here for.
The rear addition is why we're here,
But
because it's
that's
at
the side
4.6.
yard related
Yes,
to it. Okay.
yes.
And because the other side's got a side yard of 3.3, do you already have relief for that?
We are requesting relief for that in order to maintain the legalization of the outdoor shower enclosure, the PVC fencing.
I don't see side yard for that.
On the zoning analysis?
On
It's
my
not
calendar.
occupied.
Really?
Side yard.
No, that's with the one story attached to the dwelling. Talking about
Maintain
shower.
maintain six.
So the outdoor shower didn't have, I mean, we met the setback of 3 feet, but it doesn't count towards lot coverage, and it doesn't, the only reason why we're here for the shower is because of the height of the fencing enclosure.
Right, I see that, but you just told me that it was for side yard also. How does it meet the side yard at 3.3?
Because it's supposed to be 3 feet away? It's an accessory structure that,
It's not, it's attached to the garage. Wouldn't it
well,
make-
it's not, it's an enclosure, it's not really attached. It has posts into the ground, so it's like self-standing, 3-section fencing. There's the photographs there, yes, I'm sorry. I should have pointed that out.
Put up.
So side yard doesn't apply to that. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal because
It's not attached.
Katura.
I know it's attached to the garage.
Yes. So the 3.3 is where the shower side is, the 4.6 is where the addition is. So the aggregate is 7.9, which is still existing as it was when the house was first built. It hasn't changed. The 433 is the rear yard, required is 15 feet, and so we're shy by quite a bit. It's okay. So the entire, right now, including the rear addition, comes out to 52.4%, minus the addition is 51.1%, which was obviously the way that the house was built with the garage back in 1937. So the 100... Negative. It's always been on a 40 by 60 lot. The addition's been there since the early 70s. I can also, I would like to also submit, I have 2 letters, one from the abutting neighbor, just north of the property, and one from a separate block. Both were on the radius map. Is the enclosure, the 3 sections of fencing that encloses the shower. And the only reason why the interior alterations are just minor. The exact footprint is still the same. The interior alterations, they had a direct replacement of a kitchen, nothing too crazy. No, they said it wasn't, the plan examiner said it doesn't count in for lot coverage. Yeah.
Chairman, I would just move that hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Ms. Cosarino, you'll be notified by mail of the board's decision once it's rendered.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Have a good evening.
You too.
Next, we have cases 22124 through 22224 Franklin Square and Munson Fire District. Special exception to use part of premises for philanthropic use to construct a 2-story addition to existing firehouse with a side yard variance. Variance in off-street parking, application for declaration of immunity by the Franklin Square and Munson Fire District in lieu of variances for side yard, special exemption for philanthropic use, and variance in off-street parking, case 221-24, also known as 833 Hempstead Turnpike.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Richard M. Bavone, 308 East Meadow Avenue, East Meadow, appearing as the agent for the fire commissioners for the subject location, 833 Hempstead Turnpike, Franklin Square, also known as the Franklin Square Munson Fire District. I have 2 cases this afternoon, case 221 and 222. I know it's been a long day. I'm respectfully requesting that we hear both as one. I will present the technical information for the variance and also the immunity from zoning. I believe the information presented today will be enough for the board to render a decision on either the variance or the immunity.
So moved.
Thank you. I have with me today Theodore Braun Jr., Commissioner, seated to the left of me. Chief of Department, Michael Multeri, to the right of me. Our traffic engineer, Wayne Muller from R&M Engineering, and also, if we need testimony from the architect of record, Mr. Carlos Cala, which is front seat right there. Property is an odd-shaped business and residency zone with the main address from Hempstead Turnpike, the Franklin Square, and Munson Fire District and Fire Department has been providing first responder and life-saving services for the community for 100 years as of this year. Fire Department provides firefighting, rescue, and emergency medical services. Over the years, medical services have grown to a major part of the daily responses from this fire department that they provide. The fire district and the fire department ambulances were first used for its members during fires, and over the years, that has changed, providing EMS services to the public at large. And now, 100 years later, the Board of Fire Commissioners are addressing the need to have a 24/7 paid paramedics to provide faster response to the public. The need for the 24/7 medical services decision is in response to the numerous calls on a daily basis. They have hired 25 paid paramedics, 14 paid emergency medical technicians, and there are 11 volunteer emergency medical technicians in the department. There will be 4 shifts a day with 2 paramedics on duty for each of the 4 shifts. This now requires a space to house the 2 ambulances and paramedics to be on call and respond to any medical emergency when contacted by the public. The department consists of approximately 90 members for all types of incidents that they respond to, with the majority of the manpower being volunteers that has been for the 100 years. In 2018, this board issued an approval from case 1445 to construct a maintenance building in the same location where this proposed emergency medical ambulance station will be constructed if approved today.
Was that maintenance building constructed? And is
No, it was not. I submitted to the board copies of the minutes of that hearing from 2018.
So it was approved but never built?
That is correct, and the reason why that it was never built was because from that point on, right after that, COVID had hit, and then, again, funding for that type of a building, they felt there wasn't a need, there was a change, and also administration in the commissioners. The difference between what this board approved in 2018 by granting the variance still allowed the Board of Fire Commissioners the ability to construct a building. However, its use was different and previously to be used for vehicle maintenance. I understand why this board would have made that decision, since the proposed maintenance building met the variance balancing test and did not reach the level of the balancing of the public interest test, which would be the immunity. I believe we do meet the immunity request, which is being presented today. And again, the reason that the 2018 approval was not constructed was due to COVID and funding for a maintenance garage at that time. The difference today is the need for 24/7 paid paramedics on duty and a place to house the 2 ambulances and have EMS vehicles respond and not wait for the volunteers from the fire department to respond to the firehouse. The other volunteers that are alerted can either respond to the firehouse, where they would pick up a backup ambulance, or they could respond straight to the subject location where emergency medical services are needed, or be on standby for other emergency incidents.
So the philanthropic use referenced in our calendar is what we traditionally think of as what the firehouse and paramedics do, or is something different?
No, it's the same. It's overall from fire departments on Long Island historically will provide fire services, car accidents, EMS, emergency medical, all types of rescue services.
I just
That-
haven't seen it characterized that way in the calendar.
Yeah, that was from the board, I think, from staff. So location of the proposed building is the same as the location as the 2018 proposed maintenance garage, which actually is as of right as far as the use is concerned. Each minute that an EMS station like this is in place will save a life. On the average, the response after an alert system notified the fire department members to respond to fire department headquarters. From their house to fire headquarters is approximately 9 minutes. To man an ambulance and then respond to the incident, and then they still have to drive to the incident wherever it is within their community. Depending on the time of day will also create some type of a possible problem due to traffic and being able to get to an incident. Therefore, an EMS station with paid 24/7 members to respond to an event will reduce that time because they're in the quarters, they get alerted by Firecom, they're responding within 3 to 4 minutes, and they're out the door going to wherever they need to go. There's also what's called a fly car, which is a Suburban, like a chief's car, that would also respond in case that other paramedic would have to go to either another incident or also back up this incident that's happening at the time. So I submitted a copy of the immunity case and opinion, which was issued by then Deputy Town Attorney Charles Covert, which was dated October 9th, 1998. This request follows the balancing of the public interest test. The fire district has filed an application and actually received input from the town plan examiner, whereas they identified the items needed for the application to bring us here today. The degree of the public benefit is greater need than the minor zoning variances needed to approve the application. In addition, the prior zoning approval, which this board did approve in 2018, was approving a similar type building in the same location. However, now follows the mission statement of the fire district and the fire department to provide life-saving services to the community at large. Also, the effect of local interests, which we believe the variances being requested are minor in nature for a setback that is the same as the proposed setback from 2018 variance that was approved. The only difference in today's variance is the parking calculation identified a minor parking variance of 21 vehicles deficiency. The last item on the balancing of the public interest test would be the alternate locations and methods that the commissioners of the fire district, elected by the people in the community, they provide the oversight to making sure that the department has the proper tools, equipment, training, and necessary manpower to be able to provide emergency medical services for the residents. And we believe that this is something that the fire commissioners have determined is definitely in need now in 2024.
Mr. Pavone, is the two-story addition the one on the site plan that's proposed between two other buildings?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's just, that's the only addition we're talking about?
That is correct. It's actually between, I'm going to go over that in another couple of minutes. It's actually between two different buildings which connect to each building.
And is the side yard what I almost feels like it's the back? Is that the side yard that we have here?
That's the east side yard would be 5 feet, and it's, so I'm getting to that, the technical stuff now. The building, the proposed building is two-story structure, which is within the residence C zone. The proposed size is 32 by 75, approximately 2,400 square feet footprint. The first floor will have the 2 ambulance bays, shower, decon area, storage room, small office, a break room, and a pantry area. The second floor will be for future offices and training for the department members. For the time being, when approved, and if approved, the space will remain vacant until it's needed for future offices and/or training. The proposed structure will be attached to the building to the south, which is the current vehicle maintenance shop, and also connected to the north, which is the fire district commissioner's office. The proposed building will have a full sprinkler system and addressable fire alarm system in compliance with the Nassau County Fire Prevention Ordinance, the Building Code of New York State, and NFPA standards. The Fire Commissioner had their design professionals specify what is known as an Air Hawk System 3000 XL, which I provided the board with a picture of that. That is an exhaust system that's recirculating the air when the ambulances start up, and where in the past they would have a fan that would turn on and exhaust through the wall of the building. They're not doing that. This new technology is that the doors can be closed, and this new system works at its best when there's no actual outside air at all to recirculate the air, so that there won't be any noise to the community or the surrounding neighbors at all. I'm submitting a copy of the picture of that system so that you could see it, and also the Board of Fire Commissioners will be having their design professional decide how many of those units they'll need within the building. 5 feet. So, getting to that next, the proposed dimensions of the rear yard east setback is 5 feet and in line with the southerly building, which is the current maintenance shop. The building to the north is the fire commissioner's office, and that building is on the property line. And the proposed building will not be constructed on the property line. It will be proposed as a 5-foot setback from the east property line in line with the southerly maintenance building. Because it's considered a rear yard, if I remember correctly on the... Yeah, but it's in a C zone. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's in a C zone side yard. But that's correct. But what was approved the last time in 2018 was also the variance for that setback. That was approved. And again, the 2 cases that were heard by this board, one was the immunity and one was the variance. Can I continue? Yep, okay. The proposed building will have 1 rear door on the first floor for emergency means of egress in case of an incident within the building, and no windows on the east side wall. The second floor will have no windows or doors leading to the east side 5-foot area and wall. The next technical information is the parking variance being presented today. The total parking spaces provided on site are 117 spaces, whereas 96 spaces are provided from the analysis that the architect of record provided in the submitted drawings. This is a 21 space deficiency, noting this was not part of the previous 2018 variance. Again, a different architect, different filing process, whatever happened back then, we're now creating with a master site plan for the fire district, and the fire commissioners moving forward, anything that they file would then have a record set of parking calculations. I would like Mr. Wayne Muller, our traffic expert, to present his analysis of the existing parking spaces in the proposed new building. Mr. Muller is an expert in traffic and also has presented in front of this board many times over the years.
Mr. Muller, you've been qualified as a traffic and parking expert many times before this board. Since the last time you were qualified, have any of your qualifications changed?
No, they have not.
We will qualify you as a traffic and parking expert once again.
Thank you. For the record, Wayne Muller with the firm of Robinson and Muller Engineering. Our offices are at 50 Elm Street, Huntington, New York. For the record, I'd like to submit copies of a letter that we prepared dated March 27th, 2024, in regard to the proposed project that's before the board this afternoon.
We'll accept that.
As Mr. Bavone has indicated in great detail, it is proposed to construct a 2-story, 4,856 gross square foot building on the subject property to be used as a medical service vehicle garage with associated amenities and a 2nd-story future office that will remain vacant until such time as it's needed by the fire district. The construction of the building is visibly depicted on the plans prepared by Gramis Consultants Architecture and Engineering. A representative from Gramis, Mr. Carlos Calla, is here if there are any specific questions in regard to the plans that were prepared by his office. However, as depicted on the plans, and as indicated by Mr. Pavone, in accordance with the Town of Hempstead Building Zone Ordinance, Section 319A, accessory parking, the proposed project requires a total of 117 parking spaces, where 96 parking spaces are provided on the subject property, leaving a shortfall of 21 parking spaces. In order to determine the relative level of activity that exists on the subject property, we performed observations of the activity on Thursday, February 22nd, and again on Tuesday, March 19th, and again on Wednesday, March 20th. And we observed the number of vehicles that were parked at the subject property during those days. As indicated in my report, the maximum number of vehicles that we observed parked was 49 vehicles at around 3 o'clock on the Wednesday. I would like to note, though, however, during the times that we were out observing the activity on the site, there were no calls, so we weren't able to observe the level of activity had there been a fire or some other type of event, which in my mind is a good thing, because less fire calls probably the better for all involved. So as Mr. Pavone has indicated and explained in very great detail, the proposed project represents an increase to the response capability of the existing fire district. By providing the ambulances on the property in the building as depicted on the plans, it allows the fire district to decrease the response time should an emergency arise that needs the proposed ambulances. In my mind, that's a great addition to the area and to the people who live in the district, to have the ability to have these ambulances come to the property in a more timely fashion rather than having a series of additional steps, which then just creates more time. One thing as depicted on the plans prepared by Gramis Consulting, due to the location of the proposed building, which is between Building A and Building B, essentially it's connecting the two buildings, the ambulances will have direct access out onto Hempstead Turnpike, which will then, again, shorten response times to various different parts of the district, and they will also have access to the facility on Sobo Avenue in order to provide clear paths to and from the areas within the district. As Mr. Pavone and I discussed with the district, firehouses have a relative variability in the parking demands associated with their use due to the fact that the calls are essentially random. It's hard to predict when there'll be a call, and hopefully there are no calls. But based on my discussions with Mr. Pavone, it is my opinion that the parking that's provided on the property will be more than adequate to satisfy the demand should the need arise for a call to happen upon the construction of the proposed ambulance building, because we are not displacing any parking where the building is going in that location between the two buildings. It's a vacant area that we're just essentially filling in the gaps. So therefore, based on our analysis, it is my professional opinion that the granting of the relief required to facilitate the construction of the proposed building depicted on the plans prepared by Gramis Consultants will have no significant impact on parking conditions on the subject property, and that, in fact, it is a positive thing for the residents who live in the district by having the opportunity to shorten response times should the need arise for the ambulances that will be contained in the building to go to an event. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Continue. Next, I would just like to question the Chief of Department a few questions. Michael Multeri, Chief of Department of the Franklin Square Munson Fire Department. Please state your name and address.
841 Liberty Place, Franklin Square, New York.
How long have you been in the fire department, Chief?
17 years.
And you're currently the chief officer in charge of all operations for the fire department, is that correct?
Yes.
Will having 2 paramedics on standby 24/7 in the new EMS station reduce the response time to someone in need for an emergency medical services?
Yes, it will, significantly.
Significantly? Thank
Yes.
you. what is the average response from home to the fire headquarters that you have for ambulance to respond now?
It varies depending where they live in town or the time of day, but anywhere between 5 to 7 minutes to get out of your house to the firehouse, and then another 4 minutes, 5 minutes to assemble a crew and then respond to the emergency. So at that point, you're over 10 minutes. That's just to get out of the firehouse, yeah.
How many total runs, including fire, EMS, car accidents, rescue calls, does the Franklin Square and Munson Fire Department respond to yearly?
On average, 1,600. 1,600 a year. 1,600 alarms a year we respond to.
1,600.
How many of those total runs yearly are emergency medical services calls?
900 plus.
So, in your opinion, the majority of the calls that the fire department respond to on a yearly basis would be emergency medical?
Yes.
In your professional opinion, is the proposed EMS station with the paid response benefit to the residents and the business owners in Franklin Square?
100% yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. So, I do have the architect of record, doesn't need to speak unless you have any questions, but I'll summarize thereafter.
You may.
Chairman and members of the board, I would like to end my summary. Franklin Square, Munson and Fire District and Fire Department have been providing the necessary emergency medical services to the residents of Franklin Square and also mutual aid services to the surrounding communities for 100 years since 1924. The commissioners of the Fire District realize the need for 24-hour paid emergency medical services, and this proposed EMS station, when constructed, will provide a central location for responding and to the residents and businesses within the fire district. The 2018 variance was approved and not constructed, and this is a change of use to a permitted EMS station, clearly a major need for the residents and business owners of Franklin Square. I believe this reaches the level of immunity to be granted, and if in your wisdom, if the board, if you believe that the variance is what you will reaffirm from 2018, the previous variance is being approved is also acceptable. The goal here is to be able to construct the building, to be able to provide the services to the residents of Franklin Square. However, we do believe that the immunity presentation, we do meet the public interest balancing test. The proposed setbacks will not further diminish from the existing conditions, and the parking variance for the testimony of our traffic expert is 21 spaces, which is a minor reduction for the use that has 24/7 need to have volunteers and paid professionals respond to save lives within the district. Clearly, there is a need, and the one life that is saved while providing these services to a community and public at large is the reason to approving this variance or immunity. The Chief of Department has testified and indicated that this is a significant reduction in response time by having a paid ambulance and crew on staff. Therefore, we're respectfully requesting to construct this EMS station for the health and welfare of the residents of Franklin Square.
One quick, how many employees did you say that they would hire? To cover all shifts and,
They have hired 25 paid paramedics, 14 paid EMTs, and there are 11 volunteer EMTs. They have them on approximately 6-hour shifts daily.
And
They have
will
2
we-
paid on 6-hour shifts each day for 24 hours.
and are they gonna purchase more vehicles, I assume?
They have 2 vehicles now, Commissioner, is that correct, that are in service?
2?
Yes. And purchase vehicles as they need them. This will give them that ability to have those 2 rigs in a specific location for the members, like similar to any paid fire department that has members that are there 24/7. They're usually there longer in that firehouse or station than they are with their family, quite honestly.
You speak from experience.
Yeah, I can speak from experience.
Thank you.
Just washing the truck, right?
How many years ago is it since you retired?
I'm out 23 years.
23 years? Wow.
Okay, is
Each day is a
that
gift.
your case, Mr. Babone?
That's my presentation.
Let's hear from the other folks.
There are some people here in opposition who would like to speak first.
Your microphone.
Anyone else who's here on this case and wants to speak, can we come up? Okay, sir, come up to this podium over here, the tall one. Are they, thank you, Patrick.
Mr. Gano, your microphone is not on. Your
I do.
microphone is not on.
I have some exhibits for you, just a handout.
Now it's on.
That's what I'm going to read in these exhibits, okay? I'm going to read it, but they can...
Where are they going to pull out? Did anybody ask that question? Joe?
I will.
Where are they going to pull out? The vehicles are housed here.
Good evening, my name is Matt Saladino. I live at 48 Claflin Boulevard in Franklin Square. And I do appreciate everything that our Franklin Square Fire Department does for us. I commend them for their service. I'm just against any type of construction in my backyard. I purchased my home around 8 years ago to escape the city streets, and now the city is basically coming to me because my scenery is about to change yet again. As an introduction, which I gave some paperwork with some pictures, recently without the approval of our neighbors, at least I or my neighbors have not heard about, there was a 3-story firehouse training facility that was built directly in my backyard. And this structure is built out of stacked steel shipping containers and painted bright red. So instead of being painted the green of the color of the trees that they now block, or painted blue, the blue sky that it now blocks, is painted bright red. So besides the, yes,
Are you referring to what, do you have a copy of the site plan? Are you referring to what, is Building B Firehouse Parcel 4?
no, what
Is
I'm
that what he's
referring to, ma'am, I'm sorry, will be in the pictures that I gave, and the reason why, this is part of my objection, because this is something that was actually installed without our knowledge. And it's probably not even on their plan, they don't show it on their plan. So they have a structure that's there that does not show on their plan. And there's a picture of it that I just gave up. So besides the color of the massive structure, we wonder how unhealthy it is when the training smoke billows into our backyards and homes. Now our fire department is looking to demo an existing single-story building, my assumption, and expand the footprint and build a 2-story structure which will tower over our backyards and block out a portion of our blue sky forever. We'll lose our privacy as the occupants will be able to easily peer out into the new building, into our backyards and into our windows possibly. It's in my photographs, yes. You'll see a massive red building in the picture because they don't have it on their plan. It's on, I think it's Gabriel, it's Claflin and Gabriel. My house is on the corner. So I looked on the plan that they had and they didn't show that structure. They showed 2 parked cars. That's what I saw on their plan. It does not go all the way through. It starts on one end of the massive, like, parking lot. It stops, yeah, Gabriel stops, so. Yeah, so it doesn't show on their plan because they didn't ask for permission, and that's why it sits there the way it does, bright red. Yeah, I didn't see it on the plan that I saw.
on the radius map?
Do you see that, Mr. Pavone?
Fire training and trailers.
Gabriel? It's not on here.
Once you turn onto the block, it's a massive eyesore. That's the first thing you see. Welcome to Franklin Square. It's a big, massive red building. So my point is, they're willing to do that without our knowledge. So what else is going to happen when they start building what they propose to build?
I don't know.
Training Center. If you said it already, I apologize. Is that permanently there, or?
Those structures, I believe, that are trailers, those aren't formal structures, but I believe that's part of the park property.
Part of the,
Park, town park.
those aren't part of the firehouse?
No, it's in the area of Gabriel Avenue, but I believe that's part of the park.
No, it's actually their
Hold on,
property,
hold on.
ma'am.
But
And,
my-
and you could go on their website and you can see how they commemorated it to one of the
Okay, but-
firefighters, so it's their property.
Hold on, but on my.
But that's not, but with all respect to what he's saying, and I understand, the building that we're constructing or asking for is nowhere near where this area is on
I
the property.
understand.
And we're not taking down a one-story building to propose a two-story. There's no building currently in the space
I get it.
that we're proposing.
But where it says fire training, and it does appear to be these red things, are those part of the firehouse? And are
They're
they,
used by the firehouse for training of their members.
and are they intended to be there permanently, or is this a temporary?
It appears to be in the middle of Gabriel Street.
It is, I can tell. I just want to know if they're permanently there, if this is a
I
temporary.
don't care what they
They're
are.
permanent, ma'am.
How do you define permanent?
One second, I'm gonna pull some of the research. for a
6
second.
months maybe? How long have they been there, gentlemen?
It does, it's okay, I just want to know that they're there. I just want to know.
You can't camouflage that, that's hideous. They don't. And do they conduct? What would they do? It's the fire department.
Okay. So in 2018, to just clear the record, in 2018, there was an application that was filed with the building department to maintain a drill training tower and generator. It was an older type unit because they were maintaining it. That was then taken down, and the new training tower was put up. How long ago, Commissioner? September.
And is this in the same location as the older one, and is this that training tower?
Yes, that is correct.
And so it was you have a permit for it?
No, there's an application that's pending. It's an open application right now, which was 18-2394. Original was 2018-07395.
Was it applied for as shipping
It was
containers?
applied for back in 2018.
But was the application to put shipping containers there?
I don't have that information. I have to find out.
Keep going, sir.
Thank you. The parking lot is right up against my backyard, and you'll see pictures. So a two-story building is now going to change my view and whichever other, do you have a question?
No, the proposed, unless I'm wrong, the proposed two-story building is clear down almost to the Bethpage Turnpike.
Could
Well-
somebody point that out to me?
Yeah, if I,
It's actually
Hold on.
much furtherly north.
Mr. Bavone, could you approach? Sir.
Yes, he did. So, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. It will be a two-story structure, which will, of course, change the views. It will not be right in my backyard, but yes, it is going to change the views. One of the other things that me and my neighbors are worried about, as it stands right now, there's a lot of action going in and out of this parking lot. You can only believe it. And I understand that. However, when they take away all the parking spaces, and if they have more events like they usually do, naturally it's going to spill out into the street. And that's a problem for us, because when we come home from work, we'd like to have parking, especially on the weekend. We also wonder whether or not during this construction, there'll be any asbestos or lead issues, because that whole area is a massive wind tunnel, which blows all of that wind comes through and blows everything into all of our backyards, all the debris. So we are worried and concerned of what's going to be basically thrown into our backyards by this construction. The other thing is, when this gets built, will our taxes go down now that they're going to have more and more ambulances in and out, or are taxes going to stay the same or probably go up? That's another issue that we have. So we do understand, of course, that that they have a necessity to have more ambulances, and I appreciate that, but we're going to take the brunt of all of the action of in and out with flashing lights. You can't imagine what it's like in our houses with flashing lights constantly in the middle of the night. It's very disturbing to the people in the neighborhood, and especially me. My backyard is borderline with that. So all the ambulances pack up, and they back up against our fence, and they sit there all night with the lights on, with the smoke that comes into our backyards and into our homes. So now there's going to be more people parked into the lot with more ambulances, and we're going to have to deal with more flashing lights and more smoke. So in closing, I do object to it, and I object to it for the reasons that I stated. Thank you.
Do you want me to respond to his comments, or do you want
Not
to wait?
yet. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Fellas, is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition?
My name's Robert Lucatoro. I live at 42 Claflin Boulevard, Franklin Square, New York, 11010. I just want to say, where is exactly this being constructed? Because I seem to get, I'm trying to get plans, and I keep being pushed
Mr.
away
Mueller,
and pushed away. And
you showed Mr. Saladino. Could you show this gentleman?
It's an infill between, here's this building right here, and this one right here. It's infills between those two. So you're over here. I'm right there. Yeah, you won't even see it. Because it's going to be in line with it. That's a problem. In here.
Tello is not here. Tello is not here. And it's going to be in his backyard, Stan Bolis.
I just want to see how long, I know we can fight all we want, and they're going to build what they want, because they just built that structure and set it on fire without telling anyone. So, you know, I think we should be warned when there is training going on, because I came home to a house filled with smoke, and you think the fire's in your house because my backyard is up against their backyard. Like, is there gonna be any more surprises that we're gonna come into? Like, they say 2 ambulances. I just snapped a picture of the camera that's in my backyard. There's an ambulance against my fence right now with the lights on, running. As always, with diesel fuel pouring into my house. Like, they say 2 ambulances. Is it gonna be 2 more additional ambulances? Is these I mean, they have this filtration system that they're talking about and giving us pamphlets on. It's all just smoke and mirrors. What are they filtering?
Is it 2 more ambulances?
So, just to clarify, the ambulance that I believe that he's speaking about is a Nassau County EMS bus. So historically, in all of Nassau County, Police Department and EMS routinely stay at fire stations throughout the county, and they use them as way stations for breaks or places to sit and wait for a call to come in. Nassau County EMS routinely stops there and parks their vehicle on it. So that's theirs. The 2 ambulances that are being used for the paid members for the department will be within the building, doors closed. There's going to be you won't even see it.
And how
Yes,
long would this
okay.
construction take?
Excuse me?
How long would the construction take?
Let the architect answer the question. You're going to say your name?
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to.
Guys, you need to swear this gentleman in.
Sure you do.
Oh, right hand. Sorry. Yes, I do. Carlos Cala from Grammas Consultants, 208 Route 109, Farmingdale, New York. This construction is scheduled to be done. It's actually a building that's going to match the entire front of the building. It's in between 2 existing buildings. It's not going to be any higher. Can't go any bigger than the front because it's inside.
Okay.
The construction is all going to be the same. It's all masonry, steel, and concrete. Brick in the front, siding in the back. There's no asbestos, to answer your comments before. And it's set to house 2 ambulances to go inside the first floor. And that's
Timeline, so.
So we're going to take anywhere from 5 to 6 months to build.
5 to 6 months. And there's going to be cranes, I'm sure, and everything involved? Because there was when they placed their shipping containers.
It hasn't been scheduled yet because we got to go through the approval process. That we don't know yet because it hasn't been scheduled to go out to bid. It needs to be approved by the zoning board. It needs to be approved by the building department. So I can't answer that question.
Yeah.
All right. But that's what it would take, and it's really, it's not going to be huge cranes coming in because it's the same height as the ones that are there.
Okay.
Any other questions?
That was it. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Here, do you want this?
Absolutely. Michael Saravalo, 45 Claflin Boulevard, right across from the driveway of the cars.
Could hear, you can.
45.
Hello, testing. Okay, works. Mike Saravalo.
Hold it.
Okay, my first question is, I'm sorry? I said it before. She didn't hear it? 405 Claflin Boulevard. First question is, are you demoling the existing buildings there?
There is no
No
building
demo.
that's going to be demolished. There's an empty space between 2 buildings. There will be no debris.
How big is the space?
It's literally a graded,
Number
parking
2
lot.
is, are you going to clean up Matt's backyard when all this debris flies over the fence?
okay, so
To start, hold on.
construction, realize something, that when a permit is issued by the Town of Hempstead Building Department, the contractor of record, which is hired by the fire commissioners, will be responsible for any debris and following all safety protocols, OSHA standards. My suggestion is that what we can do afterwards, but not tonight, is to schedule a meeting with the neighbors that are directly around to discuss what's going to happen when and if a permit is issued to alleviate any of your concerns, which I do respect. So,
Okay. Yeah, I just want to let you know the fire department's great. I have no problem with them doing what they want to do and all of that. but I'm looking at it as traffic on my nice quiet block that I bought to retire on 35 years ago. And as it is now, they come right out of the driveway, sirens blaring, lights pointing right at me sitting on my porch trying to enjoy a Friday night. Okay, I get it, they have to go out. They don't have to blare the sirens for 5 minutes. They can tone that down a bit, which is not a problem, and they don't have to come out on Claflin Boulevard. They can use Hempstead Turnpike, which would be no problem whatsoever with the neighbors on Claflin Boulevard. That's one of the issues with that. And as far as the red eyesore, I woke up one morning, looked outside, and I fell off the chair looking at the eyesore that they put right in front of my face without telling any of the neighbors. Camouflage it, painted the color green, and put a red sticker on it, fire department, that would have no problem with the neighbors. Very simple. Camouflage it to look into the green of the trees and the brown of the park, and you wouldn't even see it. Red staring you in the face, I get it, it's the fire department, it's red, I get all of that. Put a sticker on it, Muncie Fire Department. There'd be no complaint out of me, out of my eyesore, every time I look out my front window. I like to sit on my porch in the middle of the summer. Am I gonna have
Mr.
people
Pavone,
coming in and out?
would your client be interested in accommodating that
I
change of
believe
color?
it's in both sides' interest for them to meet and resolve this issue of where, with the training center, the color, and the commissioner has indicated that he would be willing to sit down and discuss it.
Just paint it a different color and you can leave it there for
What
100 years.
you guys are gonna negotiate.
You know, if you can do that, like, as soon as possible, like
Well,
tomorrow.
they want to talk with the group first.
But the also other issue I have is traffic and people coming into this facility. What are they gonna use this building for, other than the ambulances? Are they gonna have parties
Mr.
in
Malone,
there?
would you show him the site plan with this? so
Are
he
you
can
gonna
see
have
what it is?
schooling in there for people?
This is the outline of the existing building. Right. It's just a little infill between this building and that building.
Over here. Nothing with, not taking parking away over here?
Nope, not touching any of that. It's
Okay.
all this thing.
This entrance and exit right
This is
here,
gonna remain.
when they have functions going on, there's people that'll come right on Clapham Boulevard.
It's all the same.
Or you could put a sign there stating, please leave on Hempstead Turnpike. Could that be done? So the lights don't glare in my face every 5 minutes?
I think, again,
Except for the firemen. They
we'll,
go in and out this-
we're going to schedule a meeting with them regardless of this, because these are issues that appear to be ongoing, even if this building were not to be constructed. And I'll respond to all of the questions and, right, just for the record.
You know, just the eyesore of the red thing, if you can do something with that, would please us.
What else?
Okay,
Mr.
also, as far as traffic coming out onto the block, how many people are gonna be in this building at night? 2 or 3 people? And that's you just said it's a 24-hour 7 thing?
It will be 24 hours a day, 2 paramedics on duty, responding to emergency medical calls.
Okay, they're not
When they're
sitting in their
notified-
truck, right?
When an incident occurs, the rest of the department is also notified. Depending on the type of incident, you will have either volunteers responding to headquarters, which is their only fire station in
Okay.
Franklin Square, and/or directly to the incident that they're being alerted to. So whether the building is constructed or not, this is still going to happen 24/7, because for 100 years, that's
No,
what's been happening.
no, I get that, I understand 100 years. But why after 100 years you wanna do this now?
This is similar to any other entity that provides emergency services or some type of life-saving. You always have to keep up with the time in reference to the technology and be able to provide services to the people. They, as the fire commissioners, are responsible to the public at large, the people that have voted them in, to be able to protect life and property.
What else is this building gonna be used for?
It's going to be used for an EMS station on the first floor, and as I stated in my presentation, on the second floor. Right now, it will remain vacant, but it's being potentially used in the future as training or office spaces for...
You're not running a business out of there, are you?
You can't do that. It's a
Well,
fire
you can do
district.
anything you want until you get caught. Okay? I'm gonna speak plainly the truth.
Right.
I'm just
I
concerned about
believe-
parking on my block. You don't have enough spots. Can these EMTs and all
exit on Hempstead Turnpike instead of waking up the neighbors? Can that, a sign be put up somewhere? Please exit Hempstead Turnpike? There's no problem on Hempstead Turnpike, it's commercial.
That should be the subject of the meeting that is proposed. You can ask all those questions at that time, right?
We go about doing this is all new to me.
All right. If the gentleman suggested that they have a meeting with the residents, hopefully they will listen to the concerns. We're here to see about this building and this building only, right?
Now, the building itself is not going to be any higher than the structure that is there already?
No.
Because there is a piece sticking up out of the firehouse now, that's 2 stories, the little piece sticking up high?
It's 2 stories.
You have a,
It's the same height as the southerly building. It will not be any higher. It will not encroach in on any other setback. It's as per the plans that have been submitted and the testimony today.
Got it. It's going to go on forever.
I apologize to the board. In the beginning, before I requested to meet
Don't
with...
apologize, because I'm going to limit it now.
like I said, we're not opposed to all of this, we just want, I'm concerned.
You come in, you should know what the hell you're talking about.
This is Matt's house right here. So you're not doing anything here. Okay, so you're gonna add a building where? And this is Hempstead Turnpike, so you're gonna put that little piece there.
Can't hear this.
Ambulances are here, this is gonna be, remain the same.
What's this guy's name?
When they have all these people
What's
come
this
into this
guy's name?
building. Are they gonna
What's his name?
How often
This
is
guy.
this gonna get used? Are they gonna fill my block 24/7 with cars?
Mr. Mueller,
Okay.
gentlemen, the court reporter cannot take this down. You're having a conversation. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, sir? Other than what you can discuss with these people at your leisure at another meeting?
If they wanna set up a meeting with me, that's fine. I will
Okay.
discuss it with them
All
if
right.
they can do it, you know.
Okay,
Like I said, it's not an issue of, it's quality of life on the block and
Under-
quietness,
understood,
okay? I mean, nobody wants that on their block,
understood.
okay?
Okay.
You don't want headlights flashing in my face every time I'm sitting on my
You
porch.
said that.
If they
Okay.
can guarantee going out on Hempstead Turnpike, it wouldn't be a lot better. if they
We're
can
talking
guarantee
about building a building, all right? That's all we're talking
that.
about
However
here.
you guys wanna go home, thank you very much.
No, I think everybody's had more than enough time to voice their opinions. And any other discussions can be had in another forum,
Yes, I agree.
all right?
Can I just finish and then end? It'll take me a couple of seconds. So just for the record, there's no single-story building being removed, there's no demolition. The current parking is not changing at all on the property itself. It's exactly what's there today is going to be there when this structure is built. Proposed building is not higher or larger than what was previously approved in 2018, and the same setbacks. EMS, Nassau County EMS and PD uses the fire district as a relief point, like they do in many other communities within Nassau County. And we're willing to schedule a meeting with the neighbors to discuss those issues of the training center and the color, and also the response for the ambulance will be through Hempstead Turnpike.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's it. No, there's no demolition of a building.
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions from the board?
No, Mr. Chairman, I would just move that the hearing be closed, that the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who's signed in on the case will get a copy of the board's decision in the mail once we make it. I imagine we may or may not need some time to make that, and Mr. Pavone maybe apprise us of,
Many of the board members will go out and look at the facility and come to our own conclusions, all right?
Thank you, Chairman, members
All
of
in
the board.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next, we have case 5824, Seaford. Uzi of Ovadia.
No,
Variances,
I'm taking
front
this.
yard average setback, rear yard, construct dwelling with garage.
The next question is...
West side, Somerset Drive, 110.84 feet south of Somerset Drive.
I don't know. No, I don't need that. I know what I have to do. Got two cases, Seaford, rear yard, constructed dwelling.
Uzi Avadia, 2597 Merrick Road, Belmore.
He's been here before. Ah, that's right. Let me see if we signed in on this case. Okay, why not?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, William Vanessa for Chili Grana, 333 Norwalk Boulevard, Uniondale, New York.
Take a look at these.
Avadia is now the applicant for the owner of the property, known as Seaford Right. Also here this evening is Mr. James Lerner, the applicant.
Pardon? Yeah, I got that.
This is a continued hearing that was started on January 24th, during which I presented most of our direct presentation to the legal requirement. And the reason why it was partially presented was because only after I had provided my direct presentation did several neighbors stand up and indicate that they were actually there to oppose the application and request an adjournment. Because the matter was on for the first time at that time, and also because there were some questions as to whether or not the notices were mailed properly, was granted the adjournment. And my office renoticed the application fully. So we're here this afternoon to continue that hearing. I would first ask that the board incorporate all the evidence and testimony from the prior hearing, or the prior portion of the hearing, into today's.
So moved.
Just to summarize and reiterate what was discussed at that time, my client is the owner of the parcel of property situated at the southerly end of the easterly spur of Somerset Drive in Seaford. The property is situated on the west side of Somerset Drive and it abuts Montauk Lagoon. It is a parcel of property that is 80.6 feet wide along Somerset and 4.78 feet deep. The property is actually underwater land.
Calculation.
Counts that underwater land was calculated by area, by width, setbacks, and building area. So consequently, my client is proposing to build on this conforming lot in terms of its area and width. It has over 6,000 square feet. It has more than 50 feet of wall. So consequently, it's a conforming lot. However, he does need two variances. Average front yard setback variance, as based on calculations that were submitted, 20 feet is required where he is providing a 12-foot front yard setback. And he needs a rear yard setback because the requirement is 25 feet, and he's proposing 22 feet 9 inches. Now, what I also pointed out to the board last time is that the pattern of development, the character of this neighborhood is made up of a number of one thing I would add that I didn't discuss at the last meeting is, and since our last meeting, we had our architect look at what he could build as of right on this property. And on this property, as of right, my client could build a 45-foot wide, 40-foot deep, two-and-a-half-story residence that is 30 feet from design flood elevation and height, 20 feet from the front yard, 25 feet from the rear yard. It would comply with the building area.
That's right, you mean without coming before this board.
Without coming before this board. And I make that point simply because this is not a question of whether or not there can be, whether or not there'll be a residence on this property without the variances. There will be a residence on this property whether the variances are granted or not, because Mr. Ovadia doesn't want to build commercial.
Did you build as of right? Just one or two examples.
Business X district, you can have any kind of retail use, you can have office use.
Could you have a marina, given that it's, I don't know how deep that lagoon is?
You could have marine uses, but you can't have a marina. You could have a restaurant, you could have a food service shop.
You could have a restaurant as of right without coming before this board.
Correct. You'd have to park it, you'd have to meet parking requirements, but yes, it's a permit, it's an as-of-right permitted use in the property. That's not what Mr. Ovadia wants to do. Mr. Ovadia wants to build a single-family house, but there too, he can build a single-family house that will be fully compliant without any variances. The variances we are seeking, we feel, make for a better development of the property. Yes, it's a little bit short in the rear yard. Yes, it's a 12-foot front yard setback, but again, there are other short front yard setbacks in the area. In terms of parking, the building that was proposed and is before the board has a double-wide garage that is two cars deep, so it can fit 4 cars off-street in the garage. Theoretically, if Mr. Ovadia wanted to, the as-of-right house he built could have no garage, or it could have just a 2-car garage, or it could have just a 2-car driveway. So this is actually a benefit in that regard. Plus, in terms of the neighbor directly to the west of this property, by having the house, by building the house that Mr. Ovadia is proposing, which has an 8-foot interior side yard and over a 39-foot side yard on the Montauk Lagoon side of the property, that opens up the view corridor down into Montauk Lagoon to a greater extent than the as-of-right house would have, which would have a 26-foot setback on the Montauk Lagoon side. So we think it's not only a benefit to Mr. Ovadia, but also a benefit to the community in that it opens up the view corridors more. This house will certainly, as proposed, provide off-street parking for 4 vehicles. And it is in keeping with the pattern of development and the character. So that's our direct presentation. I would simply, Nassau County Planning Commission recommended local determination. I would simply look for the opportunity to respond to the public comment that is to come.
First, go right ahead.
Come over to the large podium.
Podium.
When I signed in, I didn't put my,
What is it? We'll put it in.
We'll put it in.
178.
I do.
Didn't put the state either.
Jeffrey Stern, 3664 Somerset Drive. So I am the house that he's speaking of in regards to the view. I'm objecting to the variance in any regard. You know, I understand why he wants to build the house he wants to build, and I just think that he can build a different house if he would like to that complies. I don't want a house built closer to my house for any reason.
He's not seeking
not-
relief as it relates to how close it is to your house. In other words, where he's putting it,
No, we are.
They are.
oh, are you considering that the rear yard?
Well,
Yes.
he is to our west.
To the west.
Right.
Our rear yard.
Oh, you're calling that the rear, I'm sorry.
Yes, that is the rear yard. We only have one street front, Somerset
Okay.
Yeah, I
So our rear
misunderstood.
yard is 22 feet 9 inches.
Mhm.
Where you're required, so he's asking for a little over 2 feet.
2 feet 3 inches.
Correct. So he is asking to build it closer to my house and a little bit closer to, I believe, my neighbor Luke's house.
Are you asking front and rear? No, not,
No, we require no side yard variance.
Okay, and I'm objecting to that. I know now I'm going to lose this view. I'm well past that. That's not my concern anymore. My biggest concern now is the foundation of my property. So since I purchased this home 3 years ago, I have noticed every time it rains and it floods, the flooding comes from his property. It's basically just like a drain area where everything just seeps there and it will stay there for a few days. It will flood over into my backyard, and my backyard will drain into his.
is there a structure there now?
No, it's vacant.
So as part of this process, I mean, since we know you are gonna put a house there, it will also come with the engineering that will require certain kinds of drainage, might improve it, actually.
Absolutely. As the board knows, when a building permit is issued for the construction of a new dwelling, the building department requires the applicant to retain all water on property. So this will actually most likely improve the concerns that Mr. Stearns does.
I don't know if that's actually going to happen. That could happen. I'm not sure. All I can tell you is what I know is when it floods, the property drains, or the water drains into his backyard and it stays there. I can see that because the gravel and the dirt is left on my property. I lose sand because I have sand in my backyard in a little area, and every single time it rains, the sand seeps underneath my fence towards his area. And I can already see there's cracks in my gravel, in my cement, in my concrete in my backyard, on my bricks, all mostly towards his area. So I am concerned about him building closer to my house.
How close is your house to the property line you share with the applicant?
6 yards?
You could, that would be your side yard, right?
Well, I mean, a certain area, like, I have a garage, which is basically attached to it. My garage is right next to his fence line. Mr.
Oh, you're
Vanessa
on the
probably.
flag lot.
Aerial photograph in the record, but I can provide you with this.
The whole thing's his house? No, that's someone else's. Oh, you're right. So your house is the big house with a coop, like a octagonal?
The pavilion?
Yeah, that's part of your
Yes.
house. And then you have another,
There's a garage
Garage?
area. That's the one that's kind of like right next to the fence.
and then you have a boat garage.
And then towards the other end is the boat house, yes.
And all of, the only permeable area you have is on the other side of your house, not the side shared with this applicant. That's all, it looks like it's paved and,
Right, and what I'm saying is, so underneath that fence line where it is paved, the water goes that way. So I can already tell my property is leaning towards his property. There's cracks in that gravel and that cement. The sand that's a little north of probably where you're looking seeps
That's the
underneath,
vacant
and I'm
land.
losing sand.
so yours is draining onto his, and you said, and his is onto yours.
Well,
Or-
first it floods, and then it will come into mine. And then when it drains, it kind of goes to that property and just sits
No,
there for a
they're
few
not-
days.
they're not-
Probably
they're
because
not-
there's no,
this
it can't drain on yours because it's all concreted over, except I could see how that would make sense that it moves that way.
Right, so my concern is the closer he builds, I mean, I'm concerned about any building, but it's gonna happen inevitably. I'm gonna have to deal with that. I'm concerned with the fact that him building closer to mine might move my gravel, my cement, crack my house
Drainage.
even more so than it already has.
Your
Because that-
garage is very close to the shared property line, isn't it?
Correct. So that even concerns me more. So, obviously, I'm objecting to the variance because I don't want my view to be impacted any more so than it should be for even those 2 feet, even though they're going to,
I'm trying to find the date. Mr. Vanessa, what's the proposed, I know you could build this house at, Mr. Vanessa, I know that if you moved, if we deny that, what we're calling the rear yard, you would just move it 2 feet and change forward. And you would not need any relief from us, but I'm trying to see what would that mean to, that would just shrink your front yard.
My client would be prepared to move it so that it would have a 25-foot rear yard setback. We would need a larger front yard setback variance, but as it's not like we were going to park cars in the front yard anyway because it was only 12 feet. So we have a 4-car garage, so it wouldn't negatively impact the parking ability of the property. So my client is prepared to move the building forward 2 feet 3 inches.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out.
If the
because
board so
I also
chooses.
don't know that it makes sense to, I think the front yard, I don't know how much you want to reduce the front yard when you're already providing, 22 feet more than anyone else in that neighborhood seems to have. All the houses are
Well,
close.
we'll have 12 feet.
No, I'm talking about that.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, keep going. I'm just trying to follow along.
So really just my 3 objections were, well, first and foremost, I don't want him to build closer, blocking my view with a variance. It's going to happen inevitably with whatever he's permitted to do. I've accepted that. I'm just going to object to the variance blocking my view, which I do not want. Even though they paint the picture that it's in my best interest, I don't agree with that. But if he was to move it up, the 2.3 feet, I would only be objecting to my final point is I would like the air conditioner and the heat gas or the heat pump moved to the sides of the house, which I believe is by code where it's supposed to be, and not in the backyard where it is.
Usually rear yards.
Yeah, well, you should.
As of the plans that I saw, it's in the
Yeah,
rear.
it is shown in the rear. We can move it to the side.
If they move it to the side, I would have no problems.
Well, let's see, do you have enough space? Because I don't want to give you another variance situation.
Well, if the board includes it as a requirement, it's permitted as a condition. The board can impose it as a condition.
If you moved it to the side, which is the other neighbor's side, that's what, the north side?
The north side, correct.
I don't know if Luke would object to that, if that's Luke's side.
Is that going to work with the electrical panel and everything?
You know this neighbor? You know this neighbor?
I mean, I would think that Luke Berberich, who owns that property, would probably want to know about that if it's not going.
That's why I raised the issue, because...
Yeah, because he's texting me about this right now.
Pardon me?
He's texting me about this right now, so he wants to know that nothing's changing about anything for him.
You mean he wants to know that we're not, that the you mean the guy who now will share the property line with the AC?
Well, if we're moving to that side, if we're talking about Luke's property, I'm not looking at the plans. I just want to make sure that he knows.
Is it the person whose last name is Berberich?
Correct.
Berberich?
Yes.
And by the way, that's the person who sold my client the property.
But now he's seemingly texting him about... Okay, we'll keep going.
Wait. Bill. No, I believe that is all.
Someone else who
Okay.
signed in opposition?
Yes, I do. So, yes, we're all Seaford, 11783. More important, the glasses. Okay. Helen McComiskey, 3696 South Somerset Drive, neighbor to the east of Mr. Avadia's property. So the plans that we had, we were here 2 months ago, and if you remember, I was also a registered architect in the state of New York, and we were shown the plans for the first time in January, so we got the plans and we were able to review everything and go through. Some of this is repeat of what we had already mentioned through Mr. Avadia's representative and Mr. Stern. So, yes. So we had some categories of the variances requested, and the front yard is short, and they did not include my property's front yard when they did the calculations. So I don't know if they would get a different number, but my property has a 23-foot average front yard, and I think that would change some of the number that they had. So our zoning ordinance says to use, if you don't have an adjoining neighbor's correct front yard, you could use across the street for 200 feet and do the average, but my house was not included in that average. Correct. So I brought my end of survey on here because my surveyor at that time had given me the average. We built new construction 2009, so I'm familiar with the borings, I'm familiar with the floodplain, and also with the yards. So the existing average front setback was 11.3, so now you would have to add my 23 feet to that to do the front yard. I have a rear yard of 30 feet. Christina, would you give Pat? I have a street line, oh yes, 60 feet. No, it's water on 2 sides. Oh.
You have a side yard and a front yard.
I have a front yard.
It may be that yours was dropped out because when you do that calculation, you don't include corner properties. I'm not saying it was or wasn't, but I wouldn't be surprised because you have a lot of attributes of a corner property. You
True,
see,
but
so
I
that may be why it was
I
dropped
did
out.
build with 2 side yards for zoning and a rear yard, as though
No,
it were a
I'm not
street.
talking about side yards or
I
rear yards.
understand.
Talking about whether or not your front yard should have been included in the calculation of the average front
For
yard.
theirs,
In the
yes.
200-foot radius, because when you calculate that, you drop out corner properties.
I
Because
see.
they've
So
got our own
it's
front yard
possible they
setbacks.
thought of it as a corner, but they can have this.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay.
Jim, is this property zone business X2 also? I think we're the only business X property, right?
You can keep going if you'd like.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
I think this is too.
So the rear yard encroachment was what we discussed. Our zoning ordinance has an encroachment permitted for the heat pumps and air conditioners in side yards, not rear yards, so that's what we were asking about. So any side yard would do for Mr. Avadia's property, but it's a permitted encroachment. So we're reiterating that. My next item is the flood zone plane and structures. He's considering a garage, which is below a normal area where you would put a garage. The way I'm reading our code is that we need an accessory structure usually, or if it's within the property, you wouldn't put it below the floodplain to say that's my enclosed garage. I don't think
No,
that's
that's
how.
actually that's what we see constantly. That
Yes.
space is not allowed to be used for pretty much anything else. So what's being put there inevitably is always garages and, and storage, because that's pretty
And
much all you're
storage.
allowed to put there.
Unfortunately, their drawings also show the gas and hot water heater down there, which would be well below the permitted area. So we're AE 8 is our zone, and 10 would be the...
DFE.
Yeah, or
Yeah,
DFE.
they would have to be on a platform of some sort.
So I'd
They'll
like
have
to give this
comply with that.
also for the board to see the property on January 10th. These are typical rainstorms, and that's what it looks like.
Yeah, they will have to elevate it on a platform down there, You're
Yeah, and
absolutely right.
it would have to be way high, because the middle of the street that you saw on my survey is 4.5, and that land is close to the crest of the street elevation right now in that flooded area there. So there, or how high you can go with the units to make it feasible. But that's that design that he has, that he initially gave to us.
Yeah, that will have to be elevated, and it'll be inspected. It can't fall through the cracks. It will be put where it is.
And he does say, oh, I can build business, so I have the business uses that are permitted here. Remember, this is an 80 by 84 foot lot, and 20 by 100 of it is underwater, so what's up above ground is 4,300 square feet. So we could build house, one family actually, a clubhouse, we can build a hospital, a music school, an agricultural greenhouse. I guess the guy from Inwood would like that. Municipal recreation use, a railway passenger station, right? An office, bank, or a store, a restaurant, a carpentry shop, a hand laundry shop, or a jewelry shop, or an undertaker. All of them need parking, and there's very strict parking rules that we have.
Right,
So
I
I don't
think-
see business use with this.
I think Mr. Vanessa's point is
Yeah.
that it seems like it would be, this proposal with these de minimis variances would likely be a much more, most
Palatable.
for us would find it a much more desirable
Palatable.
thing to live next to than most of those things you've described.
That is interesting, right? But you can't really just say, I'm building this without the parking. So it's a very small lot, and it's probably not feasible. And it's the last edge of business X left. Everything else is residential around it. There's no business around this area. And you can see that even in the flood drawing that we have. It's all open space. So the last thing I'll read is my husband wrote it, and since both our names are on the letter, I'll read it from both of us. So it is, we oppose any construction variances for the new home project at South Somerset Drive, Block 59, lots 1 through 4. These blocks are without sidewalks. The homes have minimal front yards. As such, our dead-end street is heavily used by playing children. Several seniors of advanced age access the area, and many dog walkers. Any increase in close quarter backing up, blind turning, or parking under reduced driveway availability would pose a direct hazard to residential seniors and local youth. In the interest of public safety, we request that no variance be given to this specific project. Sincerely, Helen and Ron McComiskey.
Are you, we are considering in our deliberations whether or not the house should be moved even further forward.
Now further forward. Have a normal front yard that you could turn into without having to jostle to try to get into a narrow driveway to position into a 25-foot wide space to park 4 cars in. It's very narrow. So to try to get into that with a very 12-foot short yard in the front would be difficult. It's not like, there's a bulkhead that you don't see there. Do you have a survey in this set of drawings, a real survey of that property? I had
we have a
not
bulkhead.
seen a legit survey.
Are you
can see the
proposing to
bulkhead.
make the driveway as wide as the house, given that you have 2 garages?
Driveway is going to be between 20 to 21 feet wide. Speak into the mic.
The driveway will be between 20 to 21 foot wide,
So as to be able to access both of the garage doors.
extremely easy.
Certainly wide enough to turn into or out of.
Okay, so that's all our comments for the house. And as of right, he can easily build it, so we just would be happy with an as-of-right house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. No, you don't get a second chance.
They said before on the record that they purchased the home from Luke. Luke is letting me know that they purchased the home from Ed. He was not the person who sold it to them, so he wanted to make sure that he is aware if they change.
Okay, all right, fine.
Correct. And the last, and Darnell was here last time, and I don't know if we got to.
We
Fee-
incorporated everything.
All the testimony is incorporated. Okay? Mr. Vanessa? And
Thank you.
some?
Very briefly, on the flooding issue, we've already addressed that the building department will require that in reviewing the application or the construction drawings, that the property maintain any stormwater runoff on site, so it'll most likely improve the conditions that exist presently as opposed to exacerbate it. With regard to the view impact and the assertion that better to have less of the house closer to the neighbor to the west, if you figure out the actual square footage of the house that'll be closer to him with the as of right building, which would be 25 feet away but 45 feet across, that will actually yield more square footage closer to his dwelling than would the 28-foot wide, 2 feet 3-inch section of the house that'll be encroaching. So that actually is the better lot coverage, if you will, in terms of closeness to the neighbor, is the proposed house that we are requesting the variances for.
I think what she said about the accessibility and the children playing, you know, kind of tends to weigh in favor of not reducing the front yard, but we'll figure that out.
And that's fine. I mean, I would venture to say that not many houses in this entire area have a 4-car garage, as we are proposing, and can accommodate 4 cars off-street. I doubt that many of the homes in the area have that much parking. And lastly, just with regard to the front yard setback issue, I believe the reason why the 20-foot requirement applies is because of the language contained in the front yard definition, which is, it's calculated based upon the required front yard depth shall be the same as the average front yard depth of the existing buildings within 200 feet on each side of the lot and within the same block in the same use district. Our property is Business X District. So subsection C says where a building is not controlled by subsection A, there shall be a front yard, the depth of which shall be at least 20 feet. So I think that's where the building department came up with the 20-foot requirement.
Or maybe it's that your building is the only one, so the calculation of the front yard is your structure.
Well, that's why
why
paragraph A
reversed.
doesn't apply, so consequently. But be that as it may, I think we've established the proofs
It is.
necessary
Thank you.
to support the variances being sought. Again,
That's
if
it.
the board
I'm
so
done.
sees fit, we would move the building 2 feet 3 inches forward so as to provide a full 25-foot rear yard setback. And we will certainly move the compressor units over to the side of the property as opposed to the being in the rear yard. And that's our direct presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I would just move, Mr. Chairman, that the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the decision calendar. Everyone who signed in on the case will receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Have a nice evening, everyone. Safe home.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? You know,
I think we should take a half-an-hour break. Sure. Easy for you to say now. Yeah, I hear you. Did you swear them in, Mr.? What?
No, she's smoking. I'm going to start smoking.
Thank you.
Yes. Before the hearing, I reviewed them. Yes.
Good? Okay. Lastly, we have case 12824 Hewlett 1204 WB LLC. Variance in off-street parking, special exception to park in Res B district, and permission to park in front yard setback on Franklin Avenue. Convert existing dwelling to office building, demolish existing detached garage, also known as 1204 West Broadway.
Okay. Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Novello. I'm here from the office of John F. Capabianco Architect P. LLC, 159 Dowdy Boulevard, Inwood, New York, 11096. I'm representing Maitel Russo, who's sitting to my left. She's the owner of 1204 WB LLC. She's an attorney. A year and a half ago, her and her family purchased a home in Hewlett and moved to Hewlett. About a year ago, she purchased this property, 1204 West Broadway, with the hopes of relocating her, she's an attorney, relocating her law firm from Queens to Hewlett so she can be about 5 minutes from her house. The property is in a Business X district. The rear, it's on West Broadway, a very commercial block. To our west, we have a similar property that has I believe I'm not sure if it's a cardiologist or some kind of a medical office to our west, which also has parking in the Residence B district. Then to the west of that, 1200 West Broadway is another medical/office building. Same thing. It has parking in the Residence B district. Right directly to our east, and adjacent to us on 1208 West Broadway is a software company. Same thing. They park in the rear yard. So the scope of the project is currently it's a one-story building, about 1,200 square feet. We're proposing to add about 700 square feet to the ground floor area, basically adding about a 12-foot-4 addition to the Franklin Avenue side of the property and about a 10-foot addition to the West Broadway side of the property. We comply with all the setbacks. We technically comply with the parking. The building is under 2,000 square feet, and when you divide that with, by 200 square feet per parking space, the parking that needs to be provided is 10 spaces. We are providing the 10 spaces, and the reason we're here today is because the parking is not in the Business X portion, which the building is, but we need to provide parking, and we're going to, as stated earlier, similar to all and in character with the rest of West Broadway, we are proposing the parking lot in that Residence B district. I respectfully, disagree with the variance needed to park in the front yard setback. I believe when I look at Town Code Business X District, Section 202, front yards, subsection B, it states that a corner lot, the front yard setback has to be 10 feet, and our parking is 10 feet away from the front yard on Franklin Avenue. So I'm not sure if that was a mistake or if I'm not seeing something. But that being said, we're just basically asking to stay in character with the rest of West Broadway, and again, this property, maybe half of it, the front half where the building is right now, is in a business zone, and then the rear portion is in a residence district. Exactly, yes. Oh, there was I think there was an issue of sending out the mailings. Yeah.
Real estate.
Oh, yeah.
The library is Broadway.
Yeah, yeah. Also like to point out that Mrs. Russo's law practice is small. It's herself and maybe 2 or 3 paralegals, so there's only four people that actually work here. A lot of the closings are done remotely.
Correct.
So there's really not so many, there's very little traffic. There's not, people are not coming in off the street, they're coming by appointment only. So our inclination is that this parking lot's going to be probably half full at all times. Half empty or half full, yeah. Yeah. So it's going to be a very low usage. And as you can see from the drawings, we didn't propose a 2-story building. We were very, hey, it's a 1-story. We're keeping the existing foundation of the existing house. We're just adding to the, again, to the Franklin Avenue and to the West Broadway. So we had there was no other option. We couldn't move the building. We're using the existing footprint of the building.
Also, the railroad, if I may add, is just right there. So probably many of the people that would come to the office, probably they wouldn't even drive. They would come with the railroad. And there's like additional parking over
Yes.
there too.
Yeah. The Hewlett train station is I'm not sure if it made the.
It's across the street.
If it hits the radius map, it hits. There is a big town of Hempstead municipal lot. If you look at our radius map, and you see the southerly portion of the map, you'll see a gigantic town of Hempstead parking lot. It says Woodmere Hewlett Parking District. And you'll also see in the bottom right-hand corner, the Long Island Railroad. So the train station is, what was that? We don't need it. We don't need it, yeah. 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 That's our case, yes. Husband.
He's my husband. But if you'll approve the plans, he's the contractor too.
No, you're right.
I live at 326 Franklin Avenue, New York. I've been living there for 52 years. Okay, my name's John Caraccio. I live at 326 Franklin Avenue, New York. I've been there 52 years. I grew up at 323 Franklin Avenue, New York. I bought the house across the street. My brother Timmy lives 4 houses down from my house. Oh, okay, slower? Okay. My brother lives on the block. He couldn't come. One of the letters are from my mother. She's on oxygen. She would have loved to come here. Okay? Originally, this house was designed years back for an accountant. And then back was residential where she lived. Okay? You have on that block, on the same side that they're talking Franklin Avenue, where the projected house is going to be, there's 1 hour parking. On the other side, you can't park there on school days from 8:15 to 5:15. All right? There's 3 schools on that block. There's approximately 70 to 80 buses that go up there. As you would know as the board, they did a traffic survey on West Broadway and Broadway. They were going to make one side, one Broadway one way, and the other way the other way. which is a traffic condition which they didn't do. The other thing is that you have just approved a museum across the street, a car museum across the street, which I couldn't make that meeting. Now, you waive parking for that spot. As the gentleman said, there's a Town of Hempstead parking lot. I'll give him $100 for every spot after 6:30. That parking lot is full by 6:30. I'll get to that one. I'll get to that one. At the same time, the traffic condition on West Broadway, where the locations are, the 4 locations that he talked about, was the doctor's office that was there years back, was a gardening place. Across the street is now gonna be the museum. The other place is a mechanic shop that parks outside all the time. You put a crossing guard there because the traffic's bad on over there. Let me see what else we have. I said that. It is a 2-story house. You're counting the first floor, and there used to be an apartment on the second floor. It's not a 1-story house, there's an apartment upstairs. No, he said he's keeping the structure, he's only adding to the structure.
We're
in the
keeping
front.
the foundation. Exactly.
At the same time, he's asking for a demolition permit, which he already did. You can look in your record, he's under violation under that. Because I called the Town of Hempstead out on it, he put in permit to put a garage there. He was waiting for the permit to get approved, he ripped the garage down before his demolition permit was approved. I don't have printouts of everything. When I left my house at 1:30 today, he has them there all the time. He had a 10-wheeler in the driveway, dump truck. He has his the husband, he's the contractor. He's got a 10-wheel dumpster in the driveway. He had 2 6-wheel trucks in there. He has a white car that he drives, there's a black car that's in there. They have meetings every Thursday or Wednesday, I'm not sure. They must have a business meeting, they take the whole block. I could show you pictures of the block at prime time that you're asking for a 10-car space waiver.
Hold on. Is there any intention on having any commercial vehicles parked or parked, stored, or anything else?
Not at
here?
all.
And a condition, if we were inclined to grant it, there would be a condition to that, and your client would agree to that condition if we did grant it?
Yes.
We don't know yet, but, okay.
Yes.
With that being said, the Town of Hempstead gave him a summons for no commercial vehicles on the property.
Good.
They've been parked on there all the time. So his word really means nothing if he's gonna tell you, and the town came down there and gave him a summons for commercial vehicles.
Well, you know how this works? We get this a lot, and the way it works is, if this is granted and there's a condition as described, then the neighbors are our eyes and ears, really, and they just call, and they call enough, and he gets enough
Now, the problem
summonses,
is
he's not
this,
gonna
is
put the
if you
cars
look
there.
at the violation.
She can't take us both down.
Oh, okay.
So if he gets enough summonses, most people stop doing it. But, go ahead.
Not in his situation. Okay, he owns another property all the way down the block by the school, and he got violations on that. He totally disregards everything. What's gonna happen is you're gonna approve them, because she says there's gonna be a law firm there, and then he's gonna have 15, 20 trucks in there. I have pictures of all his employees parking on the block, more than an hour.
Okay, well, those are separate things.
Okay, but I'm
Commercial
telling you,
vehicles are one.
I'm trying to tell you that they're gonna fill the parking lot up. And and you're saying they would need there's no variance for the parking, they got 10 spots.
They have 10 spots. They need some relief from us because those 10 spots happen to be located in a part of the property that's zoned Residence B. So
Yes.
we have to say, we'll let you put those spots there because that area is in large
You're
part.
changing
used
the
as a
rear,
pit.
you're changing the rear
Can't
classification.
talk at the same time as me.
Okay.
She can't write it down.
Sorry.
So, this neighborhood does have a lot of these type of houses that are being used as office-style buildings. We have another one on our calendar that we heard last week. So, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm okay now, talk?
Yep, you're okay.
If they're only saying she has 3, 4 employees, they have the sufficient spot. Well, you're turning the front is classified as a residential B, the back is a residential. Now, when they bought the house,
No, half is business and half is residence.
that's what I just said. The front is B, the back is a residential residence.
Okay.
Am I right?
Yes,
Does
you're
that sound right?
part of, it depends on what you call front and back, but yes, half the
Okay,
property is
the
business.
front of West Broadway, that's residential B.
That's, no, that is, hold on, no, that is business. The part that fronts on residence, or
On
on
Franklin
West
Avenue.
Broadway, that's the business section.
And
Let me
Franklin
see where the-
Avenue is
residential.
Hold on, I'm looking for that. It's not cut that way, it's cut the other way. It's cut parallel with West Broadway.
The yellow line is the different zoning.
Okay, this is West Broadway, this whole front of the house, and that you're saying the back. Okay. So you're gonna change the back, and the classification is
So the
that,
parking they want to put in the back section, that's why.
they're doing that already, so why would it make a difference if the front's a
Well,
big?
they'd like to do it legally, and we, I don't know if you were here earlier, but this comes up a lot. When someone comes before us and asks, we call them maintains. You come here and you ask to maintain a house that you built without the benefit of a permit. A lot of people, and rightly so, it makes logical sense, why should you guys let them have these variances? They didn't even bother to come, they built it illegally, etc. I tend to agree. On the flip side, the state law says we are not allowed to consider whatever they did wrong, they weren't supposed to do, in considering whether or not to grant or not grant an application. I guess the theory being, better they legalize it someday and we can at least make sure it's safe and structurally sound. I'm not saying I like it or it makes a lot of sense, but that's the way it is. The state law doesn't allow us, so we always prefer people come and legalize things. In this case, they're trying to do it the right way, ask for relief in advance to create the law office that you've seen requested. You have the,
What's the requirements right now on the property? How many spots can they park on there right now?
you mean without relief?
Without anything being done, how many cars can they park?
I don't, well,
Resident?
I don't know, hold
The
on.
back resident doesn't have a requirement.
Hold on,
As long as
hold
you
on.
have the property to
Hold
put a
on.
car on.
Okay, hold on. So I'm looking at the radius map. Is the outline that's on the radius map the existing structure or the proposed?
It's the existing structure.
And is the proposed in the same footprint?
Yes, the addition is going, one of the additions 12 feet toward Franklin, and then 10 feet toward West Broadway. So it's not,
So
the addition's not going onto the Residence B.
So the structure will be entirely on?
Yes.
So if you're enlarging it like that, I'm guessing that if we gave you relief for parking on the business section, maybe you'd get one or two, but most likely, I don't imagine there's much, if any, parking that they could achieve if they couldn't park in residence, they probably wouldn't have hardly any spots. Now, they could say, okay, well, if you let us put the building in residence, we'll swap it, but that's costly and makes no sense because they want to use the existing foundation. But probably none.
I'll be done in a second. The
It's
only
okay.
thing I see is you guys are putting too much in one area that you keep doing. You just did the museum, the doctor's office all over.
That museum isn't functioning as a regular museum, but
Yes, I know, it's where, they can't have anybody unless it's an appointment, and they have the car lift, they have the two exits on each side, but you waived a certain amount of parking spots for that lot. Now, where are those people, if they ever come in, where are they parking?
well, according to what we approved, that would never happen because they can only have make an appointment,
Invitation
one
only.
individual comes in. The exception to that is they said they would like to sometimes like a school field trip, but that would require the bus comes, the field trip. It's really, my mind is more like a couple of guys who have some really nice cars and want to put them together in a place and go see them when they want and maybe take them out and drive them. And if they want to show them to someone, I imagine if they want to sell one.
You guys have a traffic study of Franklin Avenue too, right?
For this case?
No, not for this case. I know you won't have it, because I wouldn't ask you if I was doing this.
Yeah,
Because if you notice, the school calls numerous times for police and all of that. That block, it cannot handle more and more what you have there. You even put a no commercial truck sign on it, and every commercial truck still comes down there because the commercial GPS tests go down Franklin
down
Avenue.
Franklin Avenue.
Yes,
Or-
down Franklin Avenue.
There
And you
are-
got the sign 20 feet into the road, so it's too late for a tractor trailer to turn around. That whole block on one side is 1 hour, the other side is all 8:15. I just said it, 5:15. You're just adding more traffic to that block.
Did you say that commercial vehicles are not allowed down there?
Commercial vehicles are not allowed on the thing unless they're 8,000 pounds being locally delivered. There's no 8,000 pounds coming up Franklin Avenue. What they do is they avoid Mill Road because that's the traffic light is horrendous and it has a red light camera on. That block, you have to see the block. You know what I mean? If that block didn't have all that congestion, I got no problems with this. But that block, I give you accident reports. My car's been hit 3-4 times in the front of my house. I stop home to go get something, my mirror gets ripped off.
But does your
Between-
concern assume
The
the
traffic
issue,
is so,
assume the issue of the commercial
they're
vehicles?
gonna be more traffic.
Wait, but does that include, if what is being said is true and they're going to have some law firm workers and their cars on the property, not on the street,
Okay.
is that part a problem for you, or the issue of potential commercial vehicles and commercial traffic?
No, not the commercial, the traffic that's already there. You're adding, how do you say the old saying, 2 pounds in a 1 pound bag? I won't say the rest to it. That's what you're doing on that block. There's 70, 80 buses, there's 3 schools on there. There's Franklin Early Childhood Development School, there's the Williams School, the religious school, then you got Peninsula Boulevard Woodmere School, you got the Lilco plant guys that come up that block. You just got, there's so many signs on that block to say, no, the traffic's that bad. You got a crossing guard that was never there. I've been there 52 years. The last 3 years, you got a crossing guard. You're letting more stuff in the area that shouldn't be there.
What's this being operated as now or prior to your purchase?
It was, I think it was a one-family.
Before,
Was it
it
a
was a one family, but there wasn't a counter there, so he did have an office from home.
And that was on both pieces or just?
Yes. Oh, he used to rent the upstairs as a separate apartment. So actually, I feel that before, there was even more pressure because he used to rent the upstairs. He split it to 2 apartments, although it's a dwelling. That's how the setup was. And he kept the downstairs, and in the downstairs, in the front, he
Residence
had
and
an
office.
office. Yes.
And and when he had it like that, it was this whole piece of property, the dwelling, and he used it for parking on the other?
Yes, the
also?
parking used to be at the back. We have a legal driveway, and the whole backyard was for parking. And if I may say, to everything he say, I can say that actually everything he say shows how much the character of this area fits for a commercial office, especially for what I'm looking for, because you can't stop from Franklin and West Broadway, which is a complete commercial area. And if he bought a house on Franklin, knowing that there is a school there, and knowing that there is a public school and buses, and right across the street to me, there is also a mechanic shop. So obviously there's a lot of trucks, and so you can't stop from businesses being there. This is not a residential area where the concern of newness, and this is a complete commercial strip.
And your proposal has your traffic for your parking lot entering on and off Franklin, or is it possible to have that entrance and exit on West Broadway?
No, it would have to be through Franklin where the existing curb cut is now.
And can I comment on her comment? The lady that used to live there was Mrs. Greco. She used to have a tax business there. Back then, it was residential like it was. The taxes were $32,000. She converted it back to a residential. And she left and rented it out to 2 people. So there wasn't a business in the front, another tenant in the downstairs, and another tenant on the upstairs. She left out, and she rented the downstairs to a tenant, and she rented the upstairs to a tenant.
But she's not gonna do that now.
No, but that's what she just said. She said they
When we
needed more
bought it-
cars. And it's not a commercial area. The front of the building is a commercial area.
Yes.
The back, as you can see on the drawings and the
Yes.
thing.
We do.
The back is residential.
Yes.
So she wants to convert the whole thing to residential. I just have, the thing is this.
No,
gonna
it's
become-
back, you got it.
Okay.
She wants to make a law firm out of the existing building.
Yeah, but as all the violations that are on there, we're told never to park commercial trucks, so she's gonna do what,
Okay,
you're gonna
no.
approve what she wants.
We're gonna,
And they're gonna do the same thing with the commercial trucks, because she made it a
but,
commercial piece of
but
property.
if the board were to grant it, one of the conditions, as Mrs. D'Amato said, would be that the board reserves the right to reopen the case. You tell the board that they're violating it. The board has the right to reopen the case, bring them back, to let them face those accusations, and if the board's so inclined, they could withdraw or deny that permit, that grant.
What I'm trying to say is they already have complaints about
But
commercial
that's,
vehicles,
but
and
that's,
they did it anyway.
I understand, that's yesterday, but now,
But it's the same people
no,
that own it.
they're kind of like answering to a higher power. We'll pull it.
But you're answering the same, this is the same owner got the violation.
I know that.
And now you're gonna turn around and, oh, here, we reward you. You can do as much messed up you want in the past.
What do you want them to do with the place?
She can use it as a law firm in the front. But she wants to make the whole building the law firm. And then you got all these cars in there. And then is the apron, the entrance gonna be extended? Was that in the drawings? The entrance to the parking lot? It'll probably be the whole side of the building where they wanna park. The apron's not on here. You don't have the curb cuts in here. No request for curb cuts in
Well,
here.
Mr.
She
It's
wants to
on
use
the
the
plan.
existing curb cut.
They're
It's
not
on the
going
plan.
to, but okay.
And what do you mean? If she used, you're suggesting that on the business zone property, she should get the structure and the parking and put nothing on the other piece?
No, it's one connected piece of property.
I
Yeah.
understand, but
The
what were you
front
saying?
is business, the back is residential.
Yes.
I'm not asking for anything from there.
No, you said, okay,
Go ahead, tell me what I said, and I'll
I thought you
answer.
said something about if she just wanted to use it for the lawn.
There's enough room on the residential B commercial side for her 3 employees and her, that's 4. The lady that had the accountant business, she had 3, 4 people there. So why
Well,
do you?
first of all, they're changing the structure, right? But it's
They're
gonna be in the
extending
same
it and
footprint.
widening it.
Is the structure gonna be in the same footprint as the old one?
No.
The same, we're taking it down to the foundation, so we're keeping the existing foundation. And again, we're just adding to the west 12 feet and to the south 10 feet.
Okay.
And, just to summarize
And putting
quickly,
the parking-
my client didn't buy this property to use it for parking of commercial vehicles. She's an attorney. They purchased this property a year ago. In my opinion, it's an eyesore. When all this work is done, this is going to be a beautiful property. And that's it, we're providing the 10 spots that we need. As we stated, the law firm is small. We might be using half of it. I don't see any of these, the issues that are being brought up by the neighbor being a concern on this application. And we're willing to, any conditions that the board has that were brought up, we're willing to agree with it. We're fine with that. This is going to be a law firm, not a.
Not going to store his vehicles there or
Not at
anything
all,
like that.
Not at all.
Have a space where you do store vehicles at this time? Where's it at?
Brooklyn.
He's a city contractor, not a local contractor.
Understood.
Well, apparently you have had some of your trucks there
Oh,
at some point.
This is maybe our fault, when we applied, which was like over a year ago, we're architects, we should know this, we didn't know. We thought that the whole property was in the business X zone. It went through all the plan examining. If you look at the plans, these are a full set of construction plans. These are not preliminary plans. So everyone here was under the assumption that this was going to be built, that this was as of right, was going to be built last year.
So you brought the equipment.
Exactly. So it was never the intention for storage of vehicles. We thought that this was as of right, and this was going to be, we were going to get a permit, last summer. And then, I don't know if you see in your records, this was, we asked for an expedite for other reasons and this and that, but,
Got it.
that was the reason, so. And again, he's not a local contractor.
Cigarette?
I know you're not gonna take the phone.
Stick
But he
on.
says he stores them
Cigarette,
somewhere.
tip it
This
on.
is today, before I came to the meeting. The trucks and cars are parked there all the time. I got a whole booklet at home. I couldn't print them for you.
Yeah,
know,
I
'cause
imagine at least one or more
Yeah,
One or more of us will go take a look.
Yeah. My background is I'm a retired cop, I'm a fireman in the firehouse 41 years, I'm a fire commissioner in the firehouse, I live on the block. I really don't do anything. I have a life, I go fishing and that. But what they do, what he does with those construction trucks and what he does down the block, it's a total disregard to the community. You got a Dodge pickup with six-wheeler, he's backing a trailer and he stops all the buses, the employees gotta move out, he pulls in, he don't care about nobody. The
But we are
employees'
willing
cars
to
are all
have-
over the block.
we are willing to
Hold
have a
on.
condition.
Let him talk.
The employees' cars are all over the block, you know what I mean? The guy that drives the 10-wheeler's got a Mercedes-Benz car, four-door. He's got a
What?
Land
What's
Rover.
he
I know
doing?
what's going on there. And they have total disrespect for everybody. They just put everything. They ripped the garage down without permit. You know, they're gonna tell you one thing, and then the next thing, it's gonna be something else. That's the only reason I have concerns about it.
Understood.
All right? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for all your service.
Mr. Novello?
You know, I think we stated all the facts of the case, and we hope for a positive reaction.
So
I
when-
want to say
when it-
just one thing. I'm the owner of this LLC, and I'm not planning to be summoned. As much as he tried to present this, I'm also an officer of the court. So if there's going to be a condition that we can park there with commercial vehicles, I'm planning to obey. I'm not planning to disregard and as much as he thinks. And
Okay, well, right now, there are commercial vehicles parked there. Why are they still there? Can you get them out of there?
When,
Technically, the truck that the yellow one, was just parked there temporarily. Do you see that yellow truck parked there most of the time?
I can give you my phone, you can monitor through almost 8 months. Next time goes, the white cars
I'll be
there
down
all the
there.
time.
Okay.
I'm asking what the
Wait, no, the point is, it's not approved for commercial vehicles. All those commercial vehicles need.
Can I just say one more thing and I'm out of here? I'd like that to be recorded on when you approve it, because it's not, I see it's a 99% chance of. But I want that stated on there, that no commercial vehicles are allowed on the premise unless, you know, the construction thing I understand. But anything else after that, I have no problem with
100%.
that building. But when I see what he does, I don't.
If we approve it, you can be 100,000%, that will be a condition.
Okay, thank you.
You got it.
Mr. Novello, I would suggest that you submit to the board proposed conditions that your client can live with to keep it in conformity with the neighborhood, and you heard the objections, to enumerate them in a letter so that the board could consider that.
Okay, not a problem.
okay? Any other questions from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Move the hearing be closed, the matter be placed on the sitting calendar. Mr. Novella, you and both your clients and the gentleman who departed will all receive a copy of the board's decision by mail once it's rendered. Thank you all, folks.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
nice
you.
day
Good
and a
night.
safe home.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention?
Yeah, thank you very much.
It was 9:30 last week.
Yeah, thank you very much, too.
Well, we have 10 more minutes to make decisions, so I can go and meet my family.
Oh.
Oh, I should give this stuff back to her. And I'll think about it.
Do I have a motion?
I move case 210-24 Levittown, located at 25 Ripple Lane, be approved as requested.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next case, 214 of 2024 near Valley Stream, Sadakat Ali has been adjourned to May 22nd at 11 a.m. Next case, 215 of 2024 and cases, and 216 of 2024. Do I have any discussions? Discussion?
I move that case 215 and 216 at 330, the applicant is 330 Lucille Avenue, in Elmont, and the address is 330 Lucille Avenue. It's a subdivision, that it be granted with the usual subdivision
Owner occupied,
cases.
no basement entrance, etc. Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? 217 of 2024, we're going to hold that one. 218 of 2024, do I have any discussion?
Let's see, hold on.
That's the greenhouse.
I want
That's the
to,
greenhouse.
wait, which one are you on?
We're on 218.
Oh, okay.
That's the greenhouse.
Okay,
Greenhouse on the roof.
I was against the height and number of stories.
Okay. Make a motion.
Okay, as it relates to 218 of 2024 Inwood property at 10 Beekman Street, Lakov, Vladimir, and Yafa Jindal.
That's good.
I move that the case be granted in part and denied in part. I move we deny the request for a height variance for the number of stories. And I guess that includes construct 3-story dwelling with garage. I guess that would affect that. And that we otherwise grant the front yard setback, the lot area occupied, and the right to construct the structure. I guess we don't have to because it'll go, but yes, right. That's my motion.
Okay, second,
Second?
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Next cases, 219 and 2020 of 2024 Point Lookout. William Doucher. Any discussion from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
219 of 2024 through 2024, location of property 114 Inwood Ave, Point Lookout.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions?
2?
221 and 222, we're going to hold that.
Yeah,
case.
let's hold that. I'll drive by. I'll do a drive.
1377 and 24, I'm going to inspect it.
Me too.
1377 of 24 and 92 of 24, 105-107 Daddy Boulevard, LLC. We are going to hold that
Well, that's adjourned, isn't it?
Yeah.
and adjourn to 6:26.
That's right, yeah.
Inspect that one too.
My second here, 5 minutes, I can't even
We're going to be gone. All right. Case 58 of 2024, Seaford, Utsi, Ovadia. Any comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
He said he was going to,
Pardon?
he said he would be willing to relocate the air conditioning compressors and move the house forward. I think it's 2 feet.
2 feet, 3 inches.
So I would move that the board grant this case with those conditions and also whatever the normal new construction of a single-family dwelling conditions are.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Case 128 of 2024, Hewlett, 1204 WB LLC. Any comments?
Well, I think Mr. Novello said that he was going to submit conditions. And then, in the meantime, Christina could review the minutes. And
I'm going to check it, and I'm going to make a recommendation that no building permit be issued before he gets his structure off.
yeah? Agreed.
Okay, there was one on reserve that I was gonna, so I went and inspected cases 89 and 90 of 2024. The property is 200 Block Lane, Island Park. It's a request for subdivision where they wanted to chop off part of an existing structure, keep it at 1 story, allegedly, and stick another house into it. It is such a small property that I just can't, my recommendation is that we deny this subdivision request because it is such an over-intensification of this area. The same applicant or related applicant is stuck another house on the other side of the single-story dwelling, and that already is, and the road itself can't be more, it's between like 12 and 15 feet wide. It's a street that I guess is a paper street, but people still drive on it. Like where I live, the paper street's a sidewalk. So it's not maintained by the town. It's so narrow and it's such a small lot that my motion would be that we deny both the subdivision of both cases, 89 and 90 of 2024.
Second. Anybody going to second it?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Right, we had case 924 and 7, we're going to hold those.
Okay.
And all of them both. Is that it?
Could you just, 183 and 184?
I have to go get my
I have
son.
a problem with that.
Go.
Well,
Would someone else like to
I'm
read
waiting,
that?
he's
The applicant's got to draft new plans. He did that?
They did.
He did.
And the
It's a
plans,
subdivision.
yes, the plans, they reduced lot area occupied, the height style a little bit, and changed the configuration of the garage and curb cuts.
My problem was.
I'd like to say that I'll look.
Sure, everyone else was here.
Unless you want to hold on. Okay. There's also cats.
Cats?
And we need to vote on that.
Okay, hold on, Kat.
What's cats?
That's the one,
That's the one with the side deck, which
okay.
happens to actually be a rear deck. So it's a corner property, that's the rear yard. So apparently 25 feet is required for a rear yard. This is proposing only a 3 foot.
Right, but I think Joe had the right answer if we
Can you
deny the
imagine?
lot area occupied, no, actually. If we were to deny the lot area occupied and the 3-foot side yard, if they could have the same deck, it would just have to be whatever.
They have to have a patio.
Yeah, I mean, they could have it 6 feet high. Joe, that is really not acceptable right
I understand.
They can't have
now. I mean, 6 inches, all day long, feet and inches.
I need,
On grade.
Yeah, like if it's 6 inches high, no, because they can have it up to,
Yes,
right?
up
So
to
they
8
have
and a
it
quarter
6
inches.
high, just have another
8 and a
step or
quarter.
two. He'll have to figure out if the steps are permitted encroachment. I mean, the house already does 25, right?
Correct, even.
This is
if-
an 8-foot wide
if-
deck.
If there is
It's
no deck,
unacceptable.
maintaining an 11-foot rear.
Yeah, 3 and 8.
thank you.
So I think that
8 and 3 is,
11 feet per house is enough of an encroachment. I presume maybe they can get the steps as permitted encroachment.
yes, they should,
So my motion
which
would
is
be,
like one step up a patio.
So, I'll get the.
sorry, is it on our thing here? Oh, wait, didn't we already deny it? So?
Yeah.
Does that sound, so Patrick, in effect, what's gonna happen is, they build the same deck, but they build it just 6 inches off grade, and I believe there's a permanent encroachment for the feet, they add a stair or two.
I would say this, though, I
One step,
I do
not a
believe
I
stair.
don't know how many, I mean, 1 or 2 steps, I don't know.
Yes, I understand.
they would need rear yard relief to construct the 2-story addition.
Okay, did we not grant that previously?
We denied the deck.
Just now, today.
So we,
Yeah,
right, so that means we granted the 2-story addition,
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're still allowing the rear yard.
right?
To the
Yeah,
extent
we're
that
just,
they maintain the 11-foot.
yes,
so we're just
thank you.
sticking with our prior decision?
Yeah.
Okay, and the idea being, oh God, my son's here.
What?
My son's here, and
Great.
it's dark outside, and it's
Tell-
Hempstead.
But,
We are here.
Hempstead.
We're going to the ground entrance.
case number 161, you want to do
Isn't the ground entrance locked?
a voter?
Entrance
Away?
by the
Which one?
pavilion's probably locked, right?
Cats.
I don't know what a cat's is.
I told my son, he Ubered here, and I said,
Don't we just said that
I
we
don't-
granted it? All right, can I have a motion?
I don't know what
On
I'm
this
motioning.
I don't know where.
Cats?
Cat.
This is the one that we were just discussing.
I thought we did this already, just for the... 55 of 2024, the applicant is Katz. It's located 108 Soloff Boulevard in Inwood. They're seeking variances that the board granted part and denying part. The part that gets denied is the rear deck. Whatever they can build as of right, they can build, but the rest of the case gets denied. And the rest of the case is permitted, yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I think we have to make a decision on that Simon Law, whether or not it's a modification, reopening, whatever.
I think we said that this morning. Deny, let them bring a new case in? Oh, okay, okay. All right.
What are we gonna do?
They're gonna build it up instead of,
This is the one with the mall
it's a-
where they're changing the structure, it's still 90,000 square feet.
It's
reducing the
high.
Footprint, making it a third, 3 times higher.
What about that one at Roosevelt Field?
Yes.
That's the Roosevelt Field.
So,
Yep.
again, if we do a
it's
modification,
substantially different, isn't it?
We do a modification.
we do a modification,
Lodge Incorporated,
She's back. Let's get out of here.
White Diamond Lodge, I moved.
We also have one more thing to
Okay.
discuss, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I quit.
Some drawing in here,
I want to deny it.
because he has two friends, that's why I was like, put them in my car.
White diamond?
Yeah.
But I don't want them outside that are the same thing.
Yeah, if you read, I mean, we're a little confused. It's page 2 of our calendar, case 161. White Diamond Lodge Lounge Incorporated, it's 2085 Hempstead Turnpike in East Meadow. Further research indicates that on July 30th, 1985, the Board of Appeals in that case decided to grant,
Hi, my son. Mine.
Grant the building.
We're almost done here, so they can just sit here for a minute and I'll load them in my
try
car.
to, that the restaurant can be approved, but the conditions that were imposed in the original variance to allow that strip mall to be built says no portion shall be used as a bar, a disco, live music, entertainment, or dancing, and no portion of the restaurant, no portion to be used as a restaurant serving liquor, and no portion used as a game room.
Christine, do you think that's sufficient? Because that's not mandatory for us, Joe, right?
I understand that.
Like, it'd be the same as if we make
Okay.
conditions and we change.
The back of the building is a mess. The dumpster's not in the right place, and the parking and traffic in and out of that area by Hempstead Turnpike is not an easy way to exit. There's no traffic light over there, and you do have to wait for the traffic to clear Hempstead Turnpike, going east, west. So therefore, based upon the aforementioned, I move that this case be denied.
Second.
Second.